Welcome, everyone. This meeting will be held in accordance with Executive Order N2920 issued by California Governor Gavin Newsom on March 17th, 2020, the Ralph M. Brown Act, California Government Code Section 54950 ET sequence, and the Federal Americans with Disabilities Act. This meeting will be physically open to the public. All members of the public may also participate and comment via the application Zoom. Zoom meeting information was on the posted agenda. Remote public comment is also available for the City Council meeting by emailing cityclerk@ci.series.ca.us by 4 p.m., the date of the special meeting, or via phone application. Welcome, everybody, to the City Council meeting today, Monday, September 27th. I hereby call today for a special meeting, closed session today. So let's go ahead and start all the meetings to order.
Mayor.
Here. Citizens communications. Is there anyone that would like to speak on the closed session? Hearing none. We'll now move to closed session. Thank you. You do have one person, I'm sorry. Did not see your hand, Mr. Osgood. Thank you very much.
Probably the only guy on the Zoom meeting. That's okay. You know, these are habitual things in closed session, but I notice we're going to address city manager position this evening in closed session. I'd just like to mention some things that I've mentioned to our city attorney, Mr. Hallinan, and to my district council member, Cooper Condit, in the past. Where we're not in disciplinary action against an employee and we're seeking to hire an employee, especially one with as much bestowed authority as a city manager has. These proceedings to be behind closed doors where the public has no input or no ability to learn about the individual, and then subsequently, give our opinion or our voice to our representative to represent us in that process. I feel it's not genuine to our founding principles. It's not genuine to finding the best employee that will work for our community. In the future, I think we need to address this subject. Where we're not disciplining someone, there's no need for confidentiality. Where we're seeking an individual to do the best job we can, it takes every citizen in Ceres being at the top of that organizational chart to advise each and every one of you in the most productive manner so that we get the right employee. I hope that makes sense to everyone, and I'd really enjoy in the future being able to be part of the process that hired a city manager, a police chief, someone of that nature, that aspect, with that much authority in our town. Thank you, and we'll see you at the regular city council meeting this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Osgood. Drive safe. If there's anyone else on Zoom? No? So we will now go ahead and move to closed session. Thank you.
There's no reason to be behind closed doors when we're interviewing someone that's bestowed so much authority.
City Attorney, was there something to report out?
There is no reportable action this evening. Direction was provided to staff.
Thank you. And we now adjourn the closed session meeting. Welcome, everybody, today. This meeting will be held in accordance with Executive Order N 2920 issued by California Governor Gavin Newsom on March 17, 2020, the Ralph M. Brown Act, California Government Code Section 549, 550, ET sequence, and the Federal Americans with Disabilities Act. This meeting will physically be open to the public. All members of the public may also participate and comment via the application Zoom. Remote public comment is also available for the city council meeting by emailing the city clerk at cityclerk@ci.series.ca.us by 5 p.m. the date of the meeting. Include the agenda item number on the public comment period in the subject line of the email. The clerk may read the written comment into the record if specifically requested to do so at the beginning of your email. Your written comment will be distributed to the city council and kept on as file as part of the official record of the city council meeting. Welcome, everybody. Monday, September 27, 2021, our regular city council meeting. I now call this meeting to order. Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Casey,
Here.
Councilmember Rhino. Here. Councilmember Silvera,
Here.
Vice Mayor Condit,
Here.
and Mayor Lopez.
Here. We're now start off with the invocation by Reverend Condit, Village Chapel Free Will Baptist Church. Is he here?
He will be giving the invocation via Zoom.
Okay,
Debbie, I've just requested to unmute the mic.
thank you. Everybody, please stand.
Church flag.
Just gonna pray.
Our loving Father in heaven, we come to you this evening in the sweet name of Jesus. We want to greet the committee, the people tonight with love and peace. We ask you, Father, to be with each one. Tonight, I pray that you would be with my dear friend, Casey, Jim Casey. And Lord, I want to pray a special prayer right now for him. I pray that you bless him with love and peace and hope. I pray that you bless him with wisdom and knowledge to do the job that the people of his district has called him to do. I pray that he'll be wise in his decision-making and he'll be compatible with the other members of the department. I just ask you, Jesus, in your holy name, to be with him. Use him to the glory of God for the purpose that you have placed him in this position. Continue to bless the entire city council. Lord Jesus, I pray that they too will realize, and all of them will realize, and Jim will realize that he has been called to please himself. He has been called to please the council. He's been called to please the people. And I pray that every one of these council members will also remember that they were not called to please themselves, but they were called to please the people of their district and the city. I pray that your blessings will be upon our city. Lord, we need the divine intervention of the Holy Spirit of God to help us to live our lives and to do the right things at the right time. I pray now again that you would bless our city council, bless them with peace and hope and love. And I pray again to bless Brother Jim, be able to give him the power, the presence of peace of mind to do what he needs to do and do it in a way that is well pleasing, not only to the people, but to God. We pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. We now begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready?
United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Thank you very much. We'll begin with presentations. We have two presentations today. The first presentation is presentation of community-wide initiatives to support economic development and hosting strategies in Stanislaus County. This will be presented by Jody Hayes from Stanislaus County.
Good evening, Mayor Lopez, members of the council. Thank you so much for having us this evening. I know I've had the pleasure of working with a couple of you over time and meeting some of you for the first time. So thank you all very, very much for hosting these two important initiatives for us. I'm going to kick off our discussion this evening. However, I do want to recognize that joining me tonight will be our Stanislaus County Community Foundation Chief Executive Officer, Marianne Cannon. She'll also be assisting me with a presentation of the Stanislaus 2030 initiative. It truly is our privilege to be here this evening. There are two topics that we're going to cover, and we're really here just to introduce and share information to the City Council and to the rest of the community who may be watching tonight on two important initiatives we're very proud to kick off. These have been a long time in the making, and they're now to the point where we can reveal these to the rest of the community and invite your participation. That's the main reason that we're here before you this evening, is to introduce you to these ideas. There really are two no more important issues for us to be working on as a community and coming together than the issue of economic development, job creation, and housing, two of the very basic essential things that really make us work as a community. So I'm going to start with the Stanislaus 2030 initiative. And the reason that this is named Stanislaus 2030 is very intentional. And Marianne's she's got a few slides here to really cover the meat of the presentation and how this process is going to work. But simply put, this is our effort to come together as a community at all levels of the community and to envision what we want our economy to look like in the year 2030. What is our intent? And what steps can we take in the next 10 years to deliver on that vision for the members of our community across Stanislaus County? That's why it's named Stanislaus 2030. It's very specific. I'm sure someday that there'll be some really bright folks that come behind us and they create a Stanislaus 2040 and a Stanislaus 2050, hopefully. But what we're focused on right now is what can we do in this decade to set up tremendous progress of economic vitality and job creation, quality job creation in Stanislaus County in the coming decade. That's what this effort's about. And it's my privilege to introduce you to Marianne Cannon, as I mentioned, Chief Executive Officer for the Stanislaus County Community Foundation.
Jody, good evening. If you could go to the next slide, I'll tell you a little bit about Stanislaus 2030. Really happy to be in Ceres. I have a lot of relatives in Ceres and visit the community often. But really the vision and mission of Stanislaus 2030 is twofold. We want two outcomes. One, we want to increase the endurance and really the vitality of our economy. We want our economy to be more competitive. We know that there are communities in the Bay Area that actually have plans for Ceres, California, and Modesto, California, and the rest of Stanislaus County. They are planning for our future, and we think that we need to plan for our future, not have our community be a default community for other folks that are priced out of other housing markets. I think communities that are really thriving and moving forward are becoming really intentional about their future, and that's what this effort is. So one, we want to increase the competitiveness of our economy, and we're going to talk about how we're going to endeavor to do that. And number two, the second outcome is we want to increase the self-sufficiency of struggling families. More and more families are falling through the cracks, as you know, even though they work full-time. Our community is becoming increasingly unaffordable for them to live in, even those that have grown up here for decades. And we want to give them more upward mobility. Next slide. Those are the two outcomes. And the way we want to do that is we want to get—
Excuse me, I was hoping, Dan, could we minimize that box so I can see what she's talking about?
Oh, you can't see those
I
screens?
cannot see the screen.
Okay.
You can now. Thank you.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, Mayor. So really, why create an investment agenda? That's what we're planning to do. We want to create an investment agenda that has very concrete plans to diversify our economy and really build in plans, as Jody mentioned, through 2030 for economic development and workforce development. So let's say we increase and diversify our industry mix in the county. How are we going to train people to access those jobs? What are the barriers? Let's say we want to increase entrepreneurial activity and micro enterprise. What is the lending that's available to folks that want to start their own business? What are the barriers to lending or to starting their own business? We really want to understand how people are participating in our economy, and how to remove barriers for those that want to participate to a greater extent. So we give you the why. We want to, obviously, as I've mentioned, be more competitive. We want to shock-proof our economy as much as we can. We've certainly seen in the last 18 months that our economy, as around the world, is very interdependent on outside forces. We really need to understand those forces and, again, take the steps to build a more robust local economy. We want to address gaps in our economic infrastructure. When the Community Foundation pre-COVID 2 years ago began to study our economy, we were shocked to learn that we actually lack some basic infrastructure that other communities have. We didn't have a local community development financial institution. By the way, we do now. Valley First Credit Union just last week got their CDFI designation, which means they can pull down federal and state funding as a local CDFI. That's great news for our entire community. Number two, we didn't have a community development corporation that was focused on reversing the economy in historically disinvested neighborhoods. We now have a community development corporation called Stanislaus Equity Partners. We realized we didn't have accelerators, incubators, venture capital funding. The list goes on and on. And so that's what we're seeking to do, is understand that there's actual infrastructure that's missing in Stanislaus County that we need to create. And by the way, there's funding available now from the feds and the state coming into communities like ours to bolster that infrastructure. But if we don't know that it doesn't even exist, how are we going to create it? So this is going to surface all of that missing infrastructure. That's a result, by the way, of no one's fault. No one's done anything wrong. It's just decades of disinvestment. We're going to be very clear on our future vision, but in communities like ours, we tend to look backwards in order to decide what's ahead of us. We're not content with that anymore. We really need to look at data. We need to look at, again, global market forces. We need to understand the notion of traded sectors. So a traded sector is any job that actually creates other local jobs. A traded sector produces a value commodity outside our community that actually is of value. Each of those jobs in a traded sector produces 7 other jobs. In our community, the only traded sector we have primarily is ag. And that's wonderful, but we need to diversify and add even more traded sector jobs because they help fund teachers and police officers and community foundation CEOs and other workers and manicurists and estheticians and you name it, painters, plumbers. So really building our traded sector mix. And as I mentioned, we really need to maximize the public, private, and philanthropic investments flowing into our community. Communities like Stanislaus County actually have a resistance to capital flow. You might think, why? Why wouldn't we want money flowing into our community? Again, we don't have the infrastructure to pull down that funding and then deploy it. So that's what we're seeking to build. This is as much a capacity building effort for our entire community, how to pull in money that's, by the way, available. It's never about money. And how do we deploy it to its highest and best use? Next slide, please. So that's the why. I'm also going to give you a sense of how we're reframing economic development. We do not believe that economic development should just be decided by a small group of people in a room somewhere behind a closed door. We think our goals and strategies should actually seek the input of those that are most impacted by our economy, those participating in it, small business owners, job seekers, college graduates, corporate employees. Anybody that's participating in our economy should understand what it takes to move it forward. So we're actually broadening our vision of economic success. So it's not just gross metropolitan product, but also obviously unemployment rates. So those are the two you would normally see. But we're seeking to understand what's the entrepreneurial activity of our community. What's the small business mix? How are people moving out of poverty? What are the ladders that get people upwards? How do they access car loans and home ownership? What's the median wage? 2 data points I'll share with you that startled us into action 2 years ago to really get to this point. One was, of the 10 most recruited for jobs in Stanislaus County on any given day, on Indeed.com or Career Builder, only 1 pays a living wage out of the 10 most recruited for. And that's a registered nurse that pays a living wage that can support 1 adult and 1 child in Stanislaus County. That's a startling data point. The other one is that 67% of the people living at the federal poverty line in Stanislaus County work full-time. It's not acceptable. So we really do have to increase that industry mix, increase our upskilling and training opportunities, increase our micro lending, increase our entrepreneurial work. There's a lot to do. So this is the what. It really broadens the definition around growth and prosperity and inclusion. In fact, the folks that come up with this definition and have all this data to show us are the people we've hired Brookings out of Washington DC is doing all of our data work with us. We've also hired local project managers to support the community engagement piece. So we have a great team that's ready to go. Next slide, please. At the end of the day, this is what we want to deliver back to you in July of 2022. I should mention this is only a 10-month process. So we're calling it a sprint. We are endeavoring to make this very quick because we have a sense of urgency. And we again know that every day we spend not with an intentional plan is a day that we're losing money from the feds and the state and other sources. So the desired outcomes by July of 2022 is to deliver to all of our elected officials and to the community an investment agenda that is population scale. What does that mean? That means it's transformational in its intent, it's rooted in data, it's focused on the key priority business plans that will move our community forward by 2030, as Jody mentioned. Those plans will be owned by their rightful owners. I'm probably not going to own one of those priority plans because the Community Foundation is strictly a funder to many nonprofits in our community, but Modesto Junior College might, Opportunity Stanislaus might, the County Office of Education might. So there are people that are going to actually stand up and deliver these business plans that are part of this investment agenda, and those business plans will have a price tag. So Fresno did this same exact process 2 years ago. Their price tag totaled $4 billion in public and private funding. You might kind of gasp at that number, but they've already raised $300 million towards that, and they had 18 business plans. I don't think we'll get to 18 business plans, but we'll probably have between 5 and 10, again, in this investment agenda. Next slide, please. So this is the how. We've begun this process in earnest in August. We are developing a community engagement process to really understand, again, the experience of people in our community. We are doing a deep data dive right now. Brookings is already doing that. They're going to publish through Stanislaus 2030. We're going to develop and publish in January of 2022 a comprehensive market assessment that really identifies some of the gaps, identifies some of the data points I mentioned on that inclusion slide, and really begins to highlight what are the priority industries, or let's call them opportunity industries, that we can build in Stanislaus County. So we will get to July of next year with a very comprehensive report, an investment agenda, and business plans owned by their rightful entities locally for the next 10 years. Next slide. This is the infrastructure of the initiative. We've got an executive committee we've put together. Please know that also this is co-funded by the private sector. They really felt strongly, and so did the county, that this cannot just be funded by government alone. So Stanislaus Community Foundation raised over $200,000 from business leaders, and the Board of Supervisors committed ARPA funds to really support this project. But certainly more support is needed. But the executive committee is made up of 30 leaders from multiple sectors: the private sector, education, government, and the civic sector, local community leaders with a deep knowledge of the community. They're demographically representative and they're geographically representative. From Ceres, we've got Marie Joyner, who's the owner of a small business here in town, Anthony Canella, and several other Ceres folks that have stepped up and are serving. We also have a leadership council of over 100 leaders that will be meeting in the spring once that market report I mentioned is published. And they're going to help us map the existing programs that exist in our community. Now, when I said that that final report will highlight business plans, that doesn't mean they're all new. There could be stuff happening right now in Stanislaus County that we'll identify and say that has tremendous potential. It just needs to be scaled even more. So that's sort of what the Leadership Council is going to help us do, is build momentum and really map the existing work, and then also hold those final business plan owners, whether it's MJC or others, accountable for what they say they're going to do through 2030. We're also going to, the backbone team is made up right now of the Community Foundation, the County Chief Executive Office, and the consultants we've hired. We're really supporting all the logistics, the marketing, the community engagement, the data work that I mentioned that Brookings is doing. That's all happening to support this initiative. And then finally, the elected officials roundtable. That's really all of you. You're going to be briefed 3 to 4 times in the spring as we really get going. And co-chairing the elected officials roundtable is going to be Anthony Canella and Kristen Olson, 2 former state elected officials, as you all know. Those elected officials will be from the federal level to the state level to county to city. We're asking you all to sit at a common table together and really put sort of your municipalities Certainly, that's part of what you're elected to do, but also think as a region beyond your jurisdictions and your borders. Next slide, please. We wanted to throw in the community engagement process to make sure you all see how seriously we're taking community input. There's a whole design and a whole team working on authentically generating community feedback and really understanding the lived experience of community members. Again, whether they're business owners, college graduates, anyone that's participating or not participating in our economy, to understand both the challenges and the opportunities. So we wanted to put that there so you could see that throughout this process, there's room and really a strong desire for authentic input. Next slide. So here's the path forward. There's many ways you can join us. Ask Jody if you'd like to really talk about this a little bit more, but really appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions after Jody presents.
Thank you very much, Marianne. So just real quick summary, how can you support this effort? Number one, you can join the elected officials roundtable if you'd like. It's a very unique component. You know, traditionally we have Brown Act issues that really prevent us from gathering in certain ways, but we're going to work with our county council and respective city attorney staff to find a way to get us all at the same table for those who are interested. It'll be an open invite for anyone on the council. If you're personally passionate about this and you'd like to get involved, you'll have a seat at the table. You can increase public engagement so you can share this story. We're going to have materials and marketing information flowing out the next couple of months. And many of you have good channels into the community and you can amplify our message, would be amazing. We're also going to be working with city staff and you can just encourage their participation and support them. They're going to come alongside us, particularly probably your city executive staff as well as economic development team. And if you could support them doing that, that would be wonderful. If you choose to financially support this plan, you can certainly do that. It's by no means a requirement to participate. If you go to the next slide, please, we'll give you an idea of, here are some of the early partners that are funding this effort. Marianne mentioned that this to date has a large private investment, and we're excited to be able to say that you know, it's not just the county that's putting in public money here, but cities who want to contribute to this effort, you're certainly welcome to do that. I know some other cities are using some of their state or federal stimulus dollars to do that, but it's really up to each city how you'd like to support, whether it's just through your participation or if you'd like to support part of the actual cost of this effort. And the last thing I want to say on Stanislaus 2030 is Marianne and I were pleasantly surprised to see that Nelson Gomez is on our executive committee for Stanislaus 2030. And we had recently asked him to join our effort, and it was a privilege to get to know him. And we walked in and we thought, oh, wow, you're here already supporting the effort. He's actually here for the next presentation item, which is Hispanic Heritage Month. So pleasure to have Nelson on the team. And I know that he has a good vision in mind for the city of Ceres and what your individual interests might be as we go forward in this process. So I'm going to go ahead and ask that we click over to the next presentation. And I'm going to try to keep us on time track the best I can. And then when we're done with this next one, we'll take any questions or comments if that's okay. And I'm just going to introduce this. This is the Housing Stanislaus Initiative. So I mentioned two major efforts, one around job creation, economic development. The next one around housing, the most thing in terms of how you build community, a place for people to live, an affordable place for individuals to live. And you know, the North Star for us in terms of strategic planning with the County Board of Supervisors has been, you know, trying to ensure a future vision where people can work a job that helps them afford a safe neighborhood to live in for them and their families. And you heard some of the statistics from Marianne that that's just simply not the case for many members of our community right now who struggle to be able to afford the cost of living in our community. So this is an equally important effort when it comes to job creation. It is also equally important for us to consider housing. I want to acknowledge that I have Evan Schmidt, Chief Executive Officer, and I think her business partner, Alan Lang, is with us as well, Managing Director for a firm called Valley Vision. Valley Vision has wonderful credentials in terms of bringing together broad areas of the community to tackle seemingly difficult topics and difficult circumstances. So they work across large regions on large issues of public policy, pull people together, say, what do we all want to vision? What do we want to see in the future? And how can we get there collectively together? even though folks are coming from much different places and so forth. So we checked into some of their work and we felt that they would be an excellent business partner for us as we tackled this issue of housing across Stanislaus County. Next slide. So I share this slide with you. This is what we call our housing continuum. And if you look on the bottom left, it starts with emergency shelters where people are typically housed from 1 day to maybe 6 months. And it goes up to transitional housing, 1 to 24 months. And then former housing we call permanent supportive housing. For some people, they need a housing situation that has support built into it, meaning that they're not ready to be living independently. And then going up the continuum, you have workforce or / affordable housing projects, you have rental housing, and then home ownership. This is a tremendous oversimplification of the housing continuum. But what it helps to do is demonstrate what are we doing strategically about the issue of housing in Stanislaus County. And what I wanted to share is that the left half of this housing continuum, we are tackling with what we call the Stanislaus Homeless Alliance. And all cities have been invited to participate in that process where we're seeking to have one vision, one common strategy, one set of guiding principles around how to deal with homelessness in Stanislaus County. Obviously, that's a very difficult issue of public policy that we've been working on for years. But I want you to know that that effort is alive and well. It stood up prior to the pandemic, and we've kept it going even during the pandemic as well. But the reason that this was important is because I wanted to show that what we're here to talk about today is the upper half of that housing continuum. That although, and just in all transparency and candidness, we have spent most of our time on the lowest rung of that housing ladder. So when you look at that housing ladder, most of our time has been spent on the first and second rungs of that ladder. A lot of it has. Maybe not in all the cities, but certainly at the county level, there's been just a tremendous focus on the lowest half of that. And we want to intentionally invest our time on the upper half of this housing continuum. And that's why we're here to talk to you about this initiative of Housing Stanislaus. So I'm going to go ahead and ask Evan Schmidt to go ahead and come on up, and she'll take through the rest of this presentation, and then we'll go ahead and do questions. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for having me. If we go to the next slide, please. All right, just to give you a quick overview of what we're going to be talking about in just a few slides. First, we're just going to talk about the reason we're here doing this work. Second, we're going to go through the intent of the project itself and the outcomes and goals that we're really driving towards. We're going to talk a little bit about the engagement process and the roles that we'll be playing in the leadership structure, the game plan or the timeline for how we're going to get this done, and then finally, questions and answers. Next slide, please. So first, just to talk briefly about why we're here, and I don't think I'm going to tell you anything that you don't already know. Clearly, housing is a major issue in the state of California and here in Stanislaus County. So one of the, we kind of call this the 3 legs of the housing crisis stool. First, we have increasing demand for housing. And in Stanislaus County, you're looking at a population increase of almost 50,000 people before 2031. So we see more people moving in and not enough housing to address those needs, which gets us into the inadequate supply. So there's not even enough housing for current needs, let alone the growing needs that are happening across the county. And then finally, this contributes to rising costs, that housing is too expensive. It's too expensive now, but as we think about the growth in the future, we can imagine a scenario that it's only getting worse. And in fact, when you look at the median housing income or housing price in Stanislaus County, it's around $425,000 to buy. So next slide, please. So clearly, we need action on this. We need to really have a cohesive plan for what to do here in Stanislaus County. So I want to talk a little bit about what the project is and what it isn't. And I'm going to start with what it isn't. This project is not a strategy to take away local control or tell cities how you should grow or how you should develop in your city. I want to really emphasize that this is not an example of coming in to tell specific cities how to grow. What it is, it's a process to set a countywide vision to address this pressing and complex need in the county with a true belief that in order to address a problem this complex, there really does need to be a collective vision and a cohesive approach. So the project will focus on both affordable and market rate housing, and it's really designed to be very action focused on what can we do to address the housing affordability and market issues in the county. And finally, and very importantly, it will provide a framework to account for local preferences. So again, a plan that really is meant to complement the needs of the cities and the vision that cities have, but also bring together and align a common vision across the county. Next slide, please. So where are we driving? What are we trying to get to? First of all, we want to establish a shared understanding of the needs, challenges, and opportunities associated with housing in Stanislaus County. And what this translates to is a data-driven approach. We want to make sure that we're gathering the right information to make decisions. Second, we want to develop a unified and actionable countywide vision and strategy framework. This will be detailed, and it will include priorities, policies, and investments that are needed to accelerate housing in the county. And finally, we want to be really specific and prioritize specific projects and programs that are needed to increase housing development. Next slide, please. So to talk for just a minute about the structure of the project, and this is going to look pretty similar to what Marianne presented as well. We want to make sure that this project is very collaborative and engaging. So first of all, we have our housing stakeholders. This is a group we're going to be engaging with very much, and it includes residents, neighborhood associations, advocates, employers, builders, funders, anybody who really has a stake in the housing environment in Stanislaus County. The next team is the executive team. This is really to bring leadership together to help guide this project, and that is going to include city managers as well as the county chief executive officer. Next, we have our technical team. It's very important that we have the right people who have the right information to make some of these technical housing decisions, and that's going to include the city and county planning staff, building and public works staff, and other housing experts. Finally, you have the backbone team and consultants. So that's the Valley Vision team. We have some specialized housing consultants that we're working with, as well as the county staff. And that's really to keep this project moving forward and to keep our teams aligned and to meet our deadlines. Next slide, please. Talk a little bit more detail about stakeholder engagement. It's a really, really important component of this project. And it's very important that we have a very engaged process. So we want to be able to get a depth of information as well as a breadth of information. So to get a depth of information, we're going to be doing key informant interviews, and that includes really engaging with those who are closest to the issue with in-depth interviews. Next, we have focus groups. This is bringing like groups of people together to talk about what are some of the big issues that they're facing in the housing environment, including planners, builders, financiers, and others. And then finally, we'll be doing a community survey. This is to get to a breadth of information to talk to residents in the county to really learn about what are their experiences around housing and what are their needs. Next slide, please. This is our game plan or our timeline. And you can see here this fall, we're going to be doing coalition building and the baseline research at the same time. Coalition building is really about what we're doing here, or at least this is the beginning of it. We're going around to all the cities to do these presentations, like Jody said, and to really start to not only inform, but build some champions and some relationships in the cities across the county. And again, very important that we have data-driven decision-making. So that's our baseline research. Going later in the fall, we're going to be taking the input and the coalition that we're putting together to build a shared vision. And that's a lot of the engagement that I just spoke about. And getting into early 2022, we're going to have a housing summit. This is going to be a county-wide community event to bring people together to look at the data and to envision the future together. Based on all of that work so far, starting in March 2022, we'll develop a housing plan that's really inclusive of everything that I've just talked about. And throughout the project, we want to make sure that we're integrating what we're learning into the housing elements of cities and of the county that are being updated. Next slide. All right, that's the end of my presentation. We are going to have a website that will be a clearinghouse for the information and also our contact information. You can see my colleague Alan Lang's contact information is up there. We absolutely intend to continue to engage with you, and thank you for having us tonight.
Okay, so we just went 1 or 2 minutes over, but we're here and available for any questions or comments that you'd like us to hear before we go ahead and wrap up.
Thank you for the presentation. How would the city council and me get a hold of you in order to participate?
So at the end of our presentation on Stanislaus 2030, we have information on our contact information is right there built into the presentation. On that slide right there, you can see Alan's contact information built on the Valley Vision piece. You can always feel free to get a hold of me as well on any of these matters.
Yeah, most definitely. Any other questions from the council? Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. You guys have a
Thank
good
you very
evening.
much.
Thank you.
Now for our next presentation, if I could have Nelson Gomez step up to the podium, please. Let them let him on. Don't fall asleep on me. Okay, so for this proclamation today, declaring September 15th to October 15th, 2021 as Hispanic Heritage Month in Ceres, California. Whereas throughout the history of Ceres, people have come from all parts of the globe to call our community home. Having a diverse population enriches our community and serves one of our greatest assets. And whereas the individuals and families who are Hispanic Latino and live in Ceres have a profound and positive influence on our community through their strong commitment to family, faith, hard work, and service. They enhance the shape our local character with traditions that reflect their multi-ethnic and multicultural background. And whereas the Hispanic and Latino people of Ceres straighten our community and bring much promise to our future through their significant culture, social, economic, and charitable contributions. Hispanic Heritage Month celebrates the history, cultures, and contributions of residents whose ancestors came from Mexico, Central and South America, Spain, and the Caribbean. And whereas in 1968, the United States Congress and President Lyndon B. Johnson passed the first resolution to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Week. This was later expanded by President Ronald Reagan to include a month-long celebration for September 15th through October 15th. These dates were selected to coincide with the Independence Day of the 8 countries, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Mexico, Chile, and Belize. And whereas this commemorative month honors the influence and the impact of Hispanics and Latinos in the sphere of society. Commemorating Hispanic Heritage Month gives us each an opportunity to take pride in these roots and to help promote the rich diversity that these cultures have to offer. Now, therefore, I, Javier Lopez, Mayor of the City of Ceres, do hereby proclaim September 15th to October 15th, 2021 as Hispanic Heritage Month in the City of Ceres.
Mr. Mayor, on behalf of South Modesto Business United, I want to thank you and the City Council of the City of Ceres for this great honor. And we are extremely proud to be a part of the community. We're extremely happy to be able to contribute to both the City of Ceres as well as the County of Stanislaus. And we are very proud to receive this particular award.
Thank you once again. Moving on to citizen communications to the council on matters that are not included on the agenda. You only allocate 5 minutes. While the city council welcomes and encourages participation in the city council meetings, adopt the rules allow no more than 5 minutes, resolution number 2007-106 for expression of non-agenda items. Matters under the jurisdiction of the city council and not on the posted agenda may be addressed by the general public. However, California law prohibits the city council from taking any action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda. Unless it is determined to be an emergency by the city council, citizens are entitled to address the city council on any agenda item subject to a 5-minute provision. So now we can go ahead and begin with comments on Zoom.
Yes, Mayor. First person with their hand raised is Lee Brandt. Mr. Brandt, I'll unmute your mic. Your mic is unmuted.
Hi, council. Good evening. I'm currently in Elko, Nevada. However, I'm spying on you guys. No, I was really troubled at our last meeting about all the speeding and the high I don't know, the high volume of people just blowing through stop signs and things like that. Well, you know, I don't agree that I don't think speed bumps are the answer because it slows our emergency services down and the wear and tear on our vehicles and things like that. However, I was in Olympia, Washington, and I happened to go through a residential area, and they had like small, tiny little roundabouts right in the middle of an intersection. It was just something that it wasn't very big. I mean, it was very, very small, and you know, people literally had to slow down just to get around it. You know, and it got me to thinking that, you know, maybe our speeding problem can be solved and or helped by engineering, you know, rather than, you know, having a sign that says, you know, your speed is, you know, 45 miles an hour, you know, or things like that, you know, which is probably a good thing. But I had it sit on my street for, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks. And it seemed to me that the people coming down the street, they floored it to see how fast they could actually go, how they could make the speed limit go up. But anyway, that's just my suggestion, you know, that, you know, maybe from an engineering point of view, that something can happen. Who knows? Bless you people and have a great night. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person in Zoom is Gene Yakely. Mr. Yakely, I'll unmute your mic.
Yes,
Your mic
good.
is unmuted.
Mr. Yeagley, you there?
Mr. Yakely, your mic is on mute. Let me ask to unmute again.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. I want to address this to Mr. Casey. I want to congratulate him on his position with the city council. And now we have 5 members, which is kind of nice. But at the same time, I want to remember him or tell him to remember the values that he possibly grew up with, the difference between right and wrong, and don't let other people influence your decisions too much. And just remember that when you do vote on particular issues in Ceres, that you're voting for we the people of Ceres, almost like the Constitution. And always have the best interest of our citizens, and the Constitution of our city is the municipal codes. Thank you. And I want to, I got a couple other things. I want to thank David King for coming to the last city council meeting and bringing up his issues. I hope he continues to participate in the city on his views of trying to make things better. And I want to let him know that he's not alone. There's a lot of people that feel his issues and other issues too. So Mr. King, I hope you participate again. On this last thing I wanted to talk about is code enforcement. Recently, I made a call for a vendor, and it happened to be about 4:25 in the afternoon. Police Department dispatch told me that they would not come out to take care of this issue because it was a code enforcement issue. And I said, no, that they've come out before. And she goes, I don't know, about that, but she says, you'll have to file a complaint with the city if you're not, if you don't like my answer. I thanked her and I hung up, and I communicated with Chief Collins, and I know Chief Collins that many times you have strings attached to you, so this is not an offense to you, but I can't understand why when we have a problem like this, that they're not addressed because the code enforcement only has 2 people and they can't come out, or they're going home or something like that. And I just don't know the answer to that. And I think from what I understand that this was conducted in private. From the communication I got from the chief, I asked him if it was his decision alone. He said there was others involved. So someone on the city council or several people on the city council, when there was only 4 people, they made their own decision behind closed door probably to make this decision on not sending officers out. Well, let's let the public know too, that these people that are vending, from information I got recently in the last month, that the Department of Justice has been to the county, Stanislaus County, investigating trafficking of these people held in other cities. They're brought out to us from other cities, well, rather far away sometimes, to sell stuff, to make money, to pay off a debt, probably for their movement to come to the United States. Now they're owed and they're sequestered slaves, and these people in the city don't understand that. But we still need to take these people off. If I have a business, just like Mr. Casey has a business, or anybody there in the council, if somebody's in my parking lot doing the same thing that I do, that's wrong. That individual business person has to pay for all kinds of fees and taxes and stuff. And these people that are vending food and whatever, they don't have health permits. They don't have anything to identify themselves. And at the same time, when was the last time anybody got cited for anything? Have they found the people that are bringing these people over so they can get rid of them, And give me an answer. I mean, this bit of not responding with code enforcement.
Mr. Yeakley, your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
I need an answer tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Yeakley.
Thank you.
Next person. Okay, thank you. Was there any emails? Okay. Members of the public here seated today that would like to speak, please come to the podium.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor Lopez, City Council member, city staff, and the City of Ceres. My name is Brandy Meyer, City of Ceres. I'm here with my husband Keith, and we are very excited, very happy to announce to you that we have been meeting with Love Our Cities, Love Stanislaus County, and we are officially bringing back Love Series. So next year, April 30th, 2022, there will be a Love Series. We'll be meeting in Whitmore Park at 9 a.m. Our first meeting for citizens of Ceres will be this Thursday at 3 o'clock. We will be meeting at Harvest Presbyterian Church, which is 1813 Moffett Road, right across the street from May Hensley Junior High. It's just the very first kickoff meeting. We're going to have other meetings in October. So if you're not able to attend, I know it's short notice, we will have other meetings. But currently we are looking for core leadership, our core leadership group. We're looking for projects and project managers, and we invite anybody from our city council, city staff, or any of the citizens of Ceres to join us in this amazing and exciting event coming up next April. Any questions?
Love it.
Love it. Love Ceres.
So how can any of us contact you? I mean, some of us already have your email, but I mean,
Is somebody putting together kind of a market strategy so we'll have information to blast out to the community as soon as possible?
Yes. So
Links, meeting dates, calendars, all that stuff.
we are in the process. We just met a couple days ago with Love Stanislaus County. He's hooking us up with the website, the gentleman who does the websites for each city. The person we met with was named Brian Marks. He's going to help us get the website together. So that'll be up and running pretty soon. You can go on there right now to loveseries.com and put your information in it just so that we can get a tracking of people who are interested. And then that information will get back to us. But we'll be back in future meetings and we're going to start blasting out all of the marketing and information for Love Series. So we have a meeting this Thursday at 3 o'clock to get started. And once we start gathering that information, we're going to blast it out to everybody else.
Is Love Series going to be seeking anybody who would like to help fund the project?
Absolutely. Looking for sponsorships,
Sponsorships, okay.
volunteer. We're looking for project managers. We were asked to be the point people. So
Okay.
we are the point people, but we are not the entire committee. So
Right,
we are
right.
looking for many groups, many
you out.
volunteers, many organizations. And we would like to just be the contact for everybody in between, but we really want to get a lot of volunteers. We're hoping to get, several hundred people out there
There you go.
next April to do some different projects.
Sounds good. City Council, any more questions?
I think everybody on the state council has my email
Yes.
address already. If not, Meyer CPR and First Aid across the street, just go ahead and shoot me an email and I'll get that information out to you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, if I might,
Yes.
either myself or other city staff will be attending. So thank you.
Sweet.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Good evening, council members. Can you hear me? Sometimes I speak too softly.
You're good. Thank you.
Mr. Casey, welcome to the council. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be at your swearing in, but I understand it was a great success. A couple of things. Mr. Jean, who just spoke via Zoom, received a communication from our chief of police. And the exact wording in that communication in regards to code enforcement not responding, or the police department not responding to code enforcement issues, was the decision was not made by me and or me alone. That's what he wrote to Mr. Yeagley. So this clearly indicates that obviously the city council and the chief of police and whoever else was invited met in closed session and made some decisions that the public had no input into, but public safety is a concern of the citizens. When you declare a holiday on law enforcement and no one will respond to an issue that's reported by a citizen, that's unacceptable. On Sundays, there's no code enforcement. Now there's code enforcement on Saturday. So that probably means one day during the week, we only have one office because of days off and things like that. We need someone to respond to all issues in this city 7 days a week. And so if the police department is not going to take care of code enforcement, or if they don't want to take care of code enforcement issues, that assignment needs to be moved to a different department in the city. And it would probably be up to the council to make a decision in that regard. I think you all received an email that I wrote to you recently in regards to these issues. So I'm not going to beat a dead horse. We need code enforcement basically 24/7 in this community and at least 7 days a week. You can't say Sunday is a day that no one's going to respond to issues and people can do what they want to do. That's not acceptable. In that regard, the cupcake lady and the vendors that are in place, apparently with the passing of the new ordinances, I think someone didn't write the vending rule correctly, because chapter 10 of the municipal code addresses mobile food vending from motor vehicles, not from trailers. And so the definition, it says here, the mobile food vendor definition is: a mobile food vendor means a person who displays, prepares, or processes food on a motor vehicle for the purpose of selling food to a customer. Doesn't say anything about trailers. You need to kind of go into the California Vehicle Code and look up the definition of a motor vehicle. And that's something that's self-propelled. It's under 415 in the definition section, which is near the front of the vehicle code. Trailers can be found in 630 of the vehicle code. Their definition is something that is drawn, towed by a motor vehicle. So all of those food vendors out there in trailers are in violation of our city code. Okay, it should not have been allowed. And I know the intention was probably to allow that type of activity, but when the rules got written and the code got approved, it was approved for motor vehicles only. And I've noticed a few other things, even involving the trailers. These have to have received authorization and permission from enclosed restaurants that are within 350 feet of their location before they can be there. And the other day I sent a picture to Rhino, and it was the cupcake lady, and she was right across the street from Sam's Cafe. And I took a picture through the window of Sam's, and I could tell that there's probably not 350 feet. So there's some rules
Thank you very
out
much.
here.
Your time is up.
Excuse me?
Yes, yes, you may. Sure, thank you.
But anyway, you get the point. The vehicle code gives a definition of what a motor vehicle is. And inadvertently, I think the city has issued permits that they should not have done, and they're going to probably have to correct that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Osgood. Thank you very much.
Good evening. It's nice to be able to speak to you guys earlier before the closed session. I appreciate the ability to do that. Nextly, each and every one of you has heard me harp on this municipal code issue and the intention of the formation of police departments. If this, what I'm hearing this evening, truly happened, where there was either direction or agreement with the city police department for the city police department to not enforce codes in our municipal code, we've all been violated by each of you that were in that decision-making process. The original intent of a city police department is to enforce city municipal code first and foremost, before state law, before county municipal ordinances, before building codes, before vehicle codes, before penal codes. City municipal code first. That's what the people are asking for, the less than 10 people that show up here week in and week out for these meetings. We're the voice for the city, and you don't make decisions like that behind closed doors. That's wrong. It's not within the scope of our foundation. We'll address the scope of our foundation moving forward later tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osgood. Is there any other members of the public that would like to come up and speak? Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close the public comment period now. Thank you very much. There is no appointments or boards or commissions. Does the council have any conflicts of interest moving on? Seeing none, moving on to the consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine in nature and will be enacted by a single motion unless otherwise requested by an individual council member or public for special consideration. Otherwise, the recommendation of staff will be accepted and acted upon by a roll call vote. Is there anyone on the council that would like a consent item pulled for further discussion? Vice Mayor?
Item 6.
6. Is there any other council members that like to pull item? Is there any members of the public that would like to put an item? Item 4, thank you. And 5, thank you. If any council members can proceed with
Move to approve 1 through 3 of the consent calendar.
Second.
May I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Casey,
Aye.
Councilmember Rhino,
Yes.
Councilmember Silvera,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Condit,
Aye.
and Mayor Lopez.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item number 4. Registered of audited demands for period covering September 8th, 2021 through September 13th, 2021.
Good evening, council member. John Warren again, City of Sirius. In reviewing the expenditure from that time period in this item, it appears that like $1,500,000 was spent by city funds in like a 2-week period. That's basically correct, I think. And some of these are budget items, which I don't have a problem with. Those were approved and should be paid. But it's the other expenditures that were not budget items. And the money appears to have been spent before permission was asked. And those are things like shirts for our dispatchers. Polo shirt costing $70. And I think there was one other line item, that same person received some other polo shirts for like $230. And there's some items in there about the Notary of Public, the National Association of Notary of Public, dues for someone. These are public funds that are being spent for items that are not budgeted. There's no reason to be a member of the National Association of Notary of Public to be a notary for the city. Associations and dues and member organizations are generally paid out of the pocket of the person that's involved with. I would pay dues to my association, and then they would spend money to represent me. Buying cookies for a go-away party is not a good expenditure of public funds. These things need to be approved before the purchase is made. Dispatchers, if they have a uniform allowance, those kinds of things would be bargained for during bargaining and negotiations. So I point out to you that there are some things in number 4 that are legitimate purchases, and there's some other things in there that are questionable purchases that should have been asked beforehand before someone went out and spent money afterwards. So I think you need to take each one of these line items and examine it carefully before you vote on item 4, because spending public money for go-away parties for people is not proper, and it's not an acceptable practice and should not take place. Retirement parties, going away parties, thank you parties are all generally funded by people that send in and make reservations to go to it's not something that you can spend public money for, and it should not be approved. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Warren asked to speak to that item. I was going to ask to pull it as well. I noticed other things in the list of audited ones concern me on a little different nature. You've already all heard me speak to the dues, membership fees. That's ridiculous. Those things are tax deductible. Uniforms are tax deductible. Work boots are tax deductible. All that stuff that we as citizens have to deduct in our taxes, so should our employees. I can almost guarantee you there's probably only 10% of the employees that work for this city that make less money than I pay myself as a business owner. If I can deduct it, they can. If they make under $50,000, just like I do for my employees, I'll pay for their boots. If their total package compensation is over 50,000, let them expense that on the deductions and their taxes like I do. We need to look at how we negotiate for services. I see $250,000 or close to it, 218,000 plus for medical insurance on that line item. Actually, there's 2, Blue Shield and Kaiser. Why don't we, start negotiating with one insurance company, try to buy that down. That's almost $3 million a year. One thing that really bothers me, and I harp on planning in this city often, that we do not plan for our future. Anytime the water or sewer or any of this stuff comes up, I'm right here talking about it. $26,000 in additional fees we pay to the city of Turlock in this 2-week period alone for our sanitary sewer overages. We gotta start addressing what we're going to do with our infrastructure. It ties directly to our list of audited demands every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks. Next thing I got on item 4, Street Saver annual subscription. I don't know why we need a subscription to anything telling us how to save the streets. We know how to maintain our streets. I got 2 occurrences of a California cities conference. I understand you all went there. 2 of you went up there, attended that conference. We pay you guys a stipend. I don't begrudge you your stipend or your medical benefits. You've never heard me up here arguing your stipend or your medical benefits. Should have took your $236 out of your stipend. Honestly, should have took it out of your stipend. That's what we provide that to you guys for, in my opinion. Again, that's just my opinion. 5 occurrences, a K-9 conference, $809. Call that over $4,000 for a fraternal activity or a conference where we did what? Where we learned how to be good K-9 officers. I employ a chief of police. I employ a captain, several lieutenants and several sergeants along with the city attorney. If we can't teach our officers with K-9s how to be good officers, how to do their job, I don't know what to tell you. But it seems like it's time to start cutting some money and saving it where we need to. We give our fire department to the city of Modesto. We give our sewer to the city of Turlock. We can't find money. There's a bunch of money every 2 weeks we can find. Let's start being a little pickier when we come through this stuff, because it's our money. And taxation without authorization and taxation that's not needed is theft.
Thank you, Mr. Osgood. If we can move to pass item number 4.
Move to approve number 4, consent calendar.
Second. May I get a roll call?
Councilmember Casey,
I vote yes, understanding that these expenses have already taken place and that all we can do is work toward future expenditure.
Councilmember Rhino,
Yes.
Councilmember Silvera,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Condit,
Aye.
and Mayor Lopez.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Moving on to item number 5, resolution number 2021-96, recommending the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors approve the official year 2021 Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, and Emergency Shelter Grant, ESG, Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, CAPER.
Kind of my item. I look in there, you guys know I do the research. I look at this agenda as soon as the city clerk puts it out. Sit there for hours at night. I probably spend more time combing this agenda items than y'all. Almost bet a paycheck on it. In item 5, some items piggyback item 7. Like $250,000 for sidewalks in Merle Village. I don't know how many of you know the history of Merle Village, but there was a builder's bond for sidewalks and alleys in Merle Village. The builder surrendered the bond. Subsequently, we put sidewalks in the areas adjacent to the Rose Avenue where we're going to put sidewalks now. Adjacent to the areas on Garrison where we're going to put sidewalks now. Works into item 7, like I said, and we'll readdress that later. But here's the issue I have with item number 5. Item number 5 says that you guys, now therefore be it resolved, the city council of the city of Ceres does hereby recommend the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors approve the CAPER and send it to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. So you're authorizing our county to authorize the federal government to violate the Constitution of the United States. And since the California Constitution says the United States Constitution is supreme law of the land, and the 10th Amendment says nothing not covered in that document in the sections is a 10th Amendment deal. It's a state's rights reserved to the states. We heard Mr. Casey take an oath just last Monday, same oath each of you took, to uphold the constitutions of the United States and the state of California. The Department of Housing and Urban Development is an executive level branch not authorized by the United States Constitution. If you need to push this item off to research that and make an informed decision, please do. Approving this without doing so would be, a slap in the face of all of us. That's my interpretation of the Constitution. Y'all need to research it carefully when we're addressing these subjects. I don't come to play, I come with facts. Mr. Hellenen's not here to tell you that tonight. But if we say to our county board of supervisors, approve this, tell HUD to tax the people for this money, again, taxation is theft.
Thank you, Mr. Osgood. Go ahead.
Move to approve number 5.
Which is resolution number 2021-96. Second.
Get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Rhino,
Yes.
Councilmember Silvera,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Condit.
Aye.
And Mayor Lopez. Motion passes 5-0.
Moving on to resolution number 2021-97, approving the response to the findings and recommendations of the Stanislaus County Civil Grand Jury Report on Measure L Master Funding Agreement, case number 2117G. That's yours, correct, Vice Mayor?
Correct. Thank you, Mayor. Just a few questions. When was the last time the city updated its website? City Clerk?
Vice Mayor, do you mean a completely redesign or update content?
Complete redesign.
Complete redesign was in mid-2017.
And what was the cost of that?
$38,439. That was funded through the general fund, water and sewer fund.
Okay. And are they still on contract?
Yes, they are. We pay in annual maintenance to maintain the webpage.
And what's that annual maintenance fee?
About $7,700.
And do we plan to make any other updates besides this Measure L correction? that's
Yes,
needed?
Vice Mayor, since we are in year 3 of the agreement, the city gets a free redesign since we are up to date with our maintenance, and City Clerk is working along with the redesign team through the city manager to work on that process.
Okay, thank you.
I don't want to talk about the website. The information should have been on there. We already know that from the grand jury's decision. My problem is, I have the problem a lot. We wait till the last minute to do anything. The grand jury gave us 90 days to respond to this action. Here we are today. Every one of you should be aware, we are past 90 days. If I do that as a private citizen, there's ramification for not answering the judge on time. Not just this item. We have no choice but to approve this item this evening, but we should have been more proactive with this, like we should have been more proactive with a lot of things in the past. Whether there's 4 or 5 of you, I think all 4 of you would have agreed to pass this a month ago and give a timely answer to the grand jury and to Judge Westbrook or whatever, I forget his name. But we need to do things in a timely manner. What do people say when they see, oh, Ceres can't even, respond to the grand jury in time? It's not that you guys couldn't agree on something. It's that we don't do anything in a timely fashion. I don't know if the 5 of you can change things through the city manager, interim, or the next guy, but we got to start doing these things in a timely manner. Can't wait till the last minute. We look like buffoons. It's not the 2-2 votes. It's not the disagreement on who should be who, what should be what. It's that we can't get things done on time. Can we please strive moving forward to get things done prior to the day or past when they should have been done?
Thank you, Mr. Osgood. Unless there's any comments?
Mayor, just
Oh, yeah.
a word in that regard in doing things in a timely manner. Today is a day late and a dollar short with response to the grand jury. But coming up is a redistricting. And I noticed the planned meetings, there's supposed to be 4 of them. The last planned meeting is in March sometime. And the deadline is like the first part of April for the redistricting. And so I think that whole process needs to be pushed up. So we at least have a 30-day buffer zone. We shouldn't be having a last meeting in the middle of March. We should be having the last meeting probably in February or April. So consider that, please, in going forward and doing things in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no comments, maybe that's number 6.
Move to approve resolution number 2021-97.
Second.
Can you get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Casey,
Aye.
Councilmember Ryan,
Yes.
Councilmember Silvera,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Condit,
Aye.
and Mayor Lopez.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Moving on to new business. Resolution number 2021-98, adopting the ATPL 5241-071 citywide active transportation plan and accepting the consultant services agreement as complete. There's no presentation on this. Is there?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have a representative of the consulting firm that prepared the plan. I believe he should be on Zoom.
Thank you.
Can you please raise your hand so I can find you quickly through the list? There we go. Your mic should be unmuted.
Thank you. I don't know if anyone from the city wants to give a brief introduction prior to my presentation. Otherwise, I will just go ahead. Could I go ahead and do this?
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, he's about to pull it up right now. Give us a second.
Mr. Royal with the engineering department does have a brief introduction.
Good evening, good evening, everyone. Please forgive me, this is my first council meeting, so if I made any mistakes, I do apologize. Just want to present the citywide active transportation plan to you, council member, and to the mayor. The city has obtained a citywide active transportation plan grant in 2017, funded by Caltrans to conduct a network study for infrastructure deficiency in our bicycle and pedestrian walkways within the city limits. Consultant place work was awarded the ATP project on May 26, 2020. Kickoff meeting was scheduled right after, and the notice of proceed was issued to start the project. In summer of 2020 through spring of 2021, the consultant coordinated with the city of Ceres PD department and other city departments, gathered all the required data, performed field inspection throughout the city, conducted public outreach with the city staff, and completed the ATP report presented to you tonight for adoption. Following programs and projects was done by the consultant. The plans were, the plan purpose is to re-outline the community priorities and policies, recommends infrastructure projects, and provide grants funding opportunity potentially available to the city. The plan supports and implements a comprehensive integrated network that allows safe and convenient travel along cross streets for all users as outlined in the city general plan. This highly implementable plan seeks to enhance neighborhood connectivity and for community members walking and bicycling to a local destination such as city parks, city schools, shopping center, businesses, and connections to nearby communities. The plan also takes a balanced approach in advancing project and program recommendations so that they benefit all road users, including those walking, biking, taking transit, or driving. Plan components were community needs assessment was performed to establish an understanding and walking and biking needs around the city, the series and surrounding region, as well as profile community pattern, land uses, and transit service in the city. Pedestrian and bicycle facilities, such as the existing types that we have today. Collision data and analysis, evaluate collision data between the pedestrian and vehicle and those between bicycle and vehicles. Community outreach, which were discussed, engaged, conducted, and public input received on an existing walking and biking conditions, as well as a feedback on recommended improved relevant plans, overview of existing local and regional plans that are relevant to the city, citywide ATP. Policy frameworks, the purpose of this is to provide the framework for developing safe, well-conducted, and convenient pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure in series. The framework includes recommended projects and programs as well as policy guidance. The ultimate purpose of this plan is to provide the basis to help the city successfully procure funding for projects that are recommended in the plan. And the project plan recommendation is enhanced walking by bicycle to improve safety and accessibility throughout the city. Funding and implementation strategies for the funding and implementing the installation of the pedestrian and bicycle improvements in the city of Ceres can be applied using the following grants. The federal funding, which is FHWA, state funding, which is SB1 or Local 3, and roadway program, environmental enhancement and mitigation, which is EEM grant program, highway safety improvements program, such as HSIP, and Office of Traffic Safety, which is OTS grant, and Measure Health grant. That's all I have.
I do have a question. Is there any possibility that something like a scooter program can be a part of this project? Scooter, have you seen the scooters in like other cities where the scooters can travel from one location to another and you pay a debit card and you can travel from one side of Ceres all the way to the other side of Walmart?
We haven't thought about that, Mayor, but it's something to definitely to consider. However, the bike path is, I'm not sure, I'm pretty sure the scooters can be used as in the bike path. But I'm not sure if we.
That was the question, is if that's something that could possibly be implemented in this project. That's my question. If you don't have the answer now, I guess.
I don't have an answer for it, Mayor, but I could definitely research it.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Royal, for that introduction. And if you can go back to the slideshow, I'll walk you through in more detail some of the background and some of the project recommendations. And I'll try to work in a response to the mayor's comment/question. If you could go to slide number 7, plan components. So I'm going to just walk you through quickly the components of the plan. The introduction lays out the plan purpose and vision, which, to reiterate, is to enhance safety, improve accessibility, and promote walking and bicycling as a viable and safe transportation option in the city of Ceres. And just to go back a step, when we talk about active transportation, that is just a fancy way of saying any way that you go about moving around without any motorized power. So it's human-powered transit, transportation, including walking and bicycling. And nowadays it's beginning to include scooters, which complicates things. In general, scooters are considered bicyclists up to a certain point. Obviously, when you get into larger motors, then you're talking about a motor vehicle. But in terms of a plan like this, for all intents and purposes, scooters would be included in the bicycle recommendations of the plan. Chapter 2 is the community needs assessment, and this is an overview of existing walking and biking conditions and a variety of other background information to determine walking and biking needs for the city. So this sets the stage for the creation of policy and project and program recommendations that we make in the plan. Complementing the analysis in chapter 2, we also have an overview of the input received by members of the public through the public outreach process. We have a description of public outreach conducted during the development of the plan. Chapter 3 provides a policy framework for the implementation of the plan through a set of goals, policies, and actions. Chapter 4 provides dozens of recommended infrastructure projects and bike pedestrian related programs. It's really the heart of the plan, the most exciting part. Really, actually, the most exciting part is funding and implementing these ideas and recommendations. And that is chapter 5, which kind of provides some strategies for successfully funding and implementing pedestrian and bicycle improvements. And Mr. Roya went through some of those options, and you'll see those in more detail in chapter 5. The appendices include a checklist that identifies how this active transportation plan satisfies the California Transportation Commission guidelines for an active transportation plan. It provides additional background information, and the appendices also have more detailed summaries of the public surveys and public input. Please, the next slide. Chapter 2 was the community needs assessment, and we looked at existing conditions of walking and biking conditions and a variety of other background information to determine walking and biking needs. So, and then we also present the community feedback. The existing conditions report included look at things like land use, users and equity analysis. So what that means is we looked at census data that showed very few people are commuting by bicycle and a bit more are commuting by walking. In fact, a few more people by percentage walk to work in Ceres compared to neighboring communities like Modesto and Turlock. Equity analysis, that was looking at data that indicates disadvantaged communities, and the areas with the highest indicators of disadvantaged communities are in southern and western Ceres. So the citywide active transportation plan seeks to provide substantial focus on neighborhoods in the southern and western parts of the city. We looked at destinations, important to know where people are going, especially those likely to walk or bike to a destination such as a school or park. And that helped us to move forward with developing recommendations and to focus on roadways connecting and containing destinations that attract the highest number of existing users, as well as have future potential to attract more people walking and bicycling and rolling in many ways. So when we say walking and biking, it includes rolling and rolling by assistive device, and includes rolling with scooters. So they're broader terms to use instead of pedestrians and bicyclists, but that's the terminology that this plan generally uses. We looked at transit service. It's important to think about how people get to their bus stop. They have to walk generally. They might get a ride. They might walk, they might bike. So it's important to look at where the transportation infrastructure is for walking and biking and what the quality of that infrastructure is as it relates to places where people start and begin a transit trip. We looked at bicycle collisions and pedestrian collisions. Most of both are on the city's key arterial routes, so like Hatch Road, Central Avenue, Mitchell Road, Whitmore. And we looked at a subset of the number of collisions involving children under 15 years old. And 30% of bike collisions, and this is a 5-year period, involve children under 15. So that high number indicates the importance of providing safe bicycle facilities in Ceres and emphasizing safe routes for children going to and from popular destinations for children, such as parks and recreational facilities and schools. Similar story with the pedestrian collisions. So some were near schools, further indicating a high safety risk for groups that are more likely to walk and bike. And then finally, as Mr. Royal mentioned, we had an overview of policy documents that contributed to an understanding of existing conditions and to future plans in the area. So we looked at general plan, we looked at Eastgate Master Plan, pardon me, Parks and Recreation Master Plan, et cetera. Next slide. So chapter 2 included a description of community outreach. I'll try to go a little bit more quickly. We had a plan webpage that was launched in October 2020. It was on the city website, and it gave community members opportunities to learn about the project's goals and stay informed. Visitors to the webpage were encouraged to provide feedback by online survey links. And then there were other document deliverables added to the website, as well as a way to sign up for email updates. We had over the course of the plan, we had over 260 survey responses in several ways. So we had intercept surveys, which are in-person surveys, which we had early on in COVID in June, pardon me, these were actually in October 2020. And city staff and consultant team, we popped up in 5 locations and talked with folks and had written surveys about existing walking and biking conditions. We had the surveys in Spanish and English and Punjabi. There was an online version of that survey that was made available on the project website. And this first round of surveys, both the intercept surveys and the online surveys, had 83 survey responses. And then a second round of surveys was launched in early 2021, focusing on input related to walking and biking recommendations. So this is after we, as a project team, used community input, stakeholder input to create some recommendations. We went to the community and asked for feedback on those recommendations. The online survey was available in English and Spanish, inquiring what projects are most important, as well as any projects that should be added or changed. And this received over 180 responses. We had e-blast through the project email list. One helpful outreach method was to attend coffee with the principal meetings at 5 schools with school staff, parents, and students. And this was outreach on bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure recommendations that were being considered for inclusion in the plan. And these presentations were conducted in English and Spanish, and participants discussed the proposed projects. And next slide, please. Chapter 3 is policy framework. Quickly, it establishes a streamlined policy framework for the implementation of the plan through a set of goals, policies, and actions. And there were 6 goals. Let me just mention them. Goal number 1, accessibility and connectivity. Goal 2, education and encouragement. Goal 3, enforcement. Goal 4, equity. Goal 5, engineering and design standards. And finally, evaluation and implementation. So within those goals, which are positive outcomes of implementing the plan, are several policies, and the policies are strategies to achieve a goal. And then action is a subset of policies. Those are actual practical, specific steps to implement a policy. Next slide, please. The heart of the plan is the recommendations chapter, chapter 4. We start off with pedestrian improvements, and we have 109 projects all over the city. And these include new and improved crossings, including the top left image, which is downtown Ceres. That's what we would call a high visibility crosswalk with the white painting markings. Continental crosswalk is what it's called. The image to the right is a curb extension, extending the curb, extending the sidewalk out into the intersection, which decreases the pedestrian crossing distance, the distance that a pedestrian has to travel across the street. Also makes the pedestrian more visible to traffic by bringing him or her out more visibly out into the vision line of the motorist. Lower left is a rectangular rapid flashing beacon. When we talk about a pedestrian activated signalized crossing, this is pretty much what we mean. It's those flashing lights that are activated by a pedestrian who wants to cross that street. So, and that's, I think, near Sinclair Elementary. So other pedestrian improvements, new sidewalks, there's an example on the bottom right that's not Ceres. New intersection controls such as stop signs. Stop signs are great because they're also a way to calm traffic and slow traffic speeds. So another advantage, in addition to providing safer crossings, it does help with traffic calming and slowing the speeds. Other traffic calming measures include speed humps, and then other safety improvements that are recommended include street lighting. So each project also has associated cost estimates. It has kind of a recommended timeline for implementation. So there are 3 phases: near term, which is less than 2 years, medium term, which is 2 to 5 years, and then long term, greater than 5 years. And the purpose of this phasing is to help the city prioritize projects for relatively quick implementation. So that would be a near-term project. Medium-term projects are helpful so that the city can start looking at seeking funding for projects that may be 2 to 5 years out. So it's a way to kind of prioritize and to get things moving and rolling along. And then we have also look at coordination needed for the projects, such as coordination with the school district or the city of Modesto, the irrigation district, et cetera. Next slide, please. So I know this is kind of overwhelming. This is our map of all the pedestrian projects. So there's also a table that I'm not showing you that you can go through and cross-reference. So I just want to highlight, kind of go on a little trip through 4 areas, or really 3 areas. If you look at number 34, which is the top most icon number, it's a yellow circle near Riverview Park. Yep, you got it. So that is a pedestrian project that was actually, it came directly from a survey, survey input and coffee with the principal meetings. And that is a high visibility crosswalk and curb extension and pedestrian flashing beacon along Moffett Road, right near Virginia Parks Elementary School. If you follow that south along Moffett, you'll see a row of other icons, all different colors, including 2 stop signs, numbers 25 and 23. So those are added stops along Moffett Road, again, serving to provide safer crossings, places for safer crossings, and traffic calming and slowing travel speeds. The improvements continue southward towards Smyrna Park. So you see all of that going on, along with, it's near Carol Fowler Elementary, which is at the southwest corner of the park, and May Hensley Junior High School, which is the north part of, just to the north of Smyrna Park. So what this is showing is that you have Moffett Road as kind of a spine, as a key connector, connecting neighborhoods with schools and with parks. And the emphasis of this plan is to look at where people are going and provide the key connections that will make it safer for people to walk or get around in other ways on the sidewalk, to travel along the sidewalk. If you move to the east, let's go to Eastgate. Eastgate Boulevard around Eastgate Park in the Eastgate neighborhood on the right side. Just to the south of the regional park. So Eastgate Boulevard is a really key north-south route, starting at the regional park to the north, all the way down to the Cesar Chavez, I think. Yeah, Cesar Chavez Junior High School to the very south. In between is Eastgate Park, and then nearby is Neal Park and Samuel Vaughn School, which is around where that number 7 is. So again, this shows that we focus things on those neighborhood connections, connecting those key destinations to neighborhoods on either side of this north-south route. And those purple, and it's hard to see, but it's a purple and teal circles. And those are additional crosswalks actually along Eastgate Boulevard, because there aren't any on the side routes. And then a couple additional high visibility crosswalks across Eastgate, connecting some key destinations or popular routes, including like the street leading to Neal Park and Samuel Vaughn School. I think it's Helen Perry. And then let's go lastly to the southwest quadrant. You have 2 parks there. You have Don Pedro Park and Sam Rhino Park. So you'll see a number 67 in a turquoise circle. These are two examples of kind of spot treatments at key destinations. So key destination points like parks or schools. And here are 2 parks that today lack the pedestrian crossing infrastructure to get to those parks. So that's what these boxes and circles shows improved crossings. Near Don Pedro Park, it's crossings across Blaker Road, signalized crossings, new crosswalks, new curb ramps where there aren't existing ADA compliant curb ramps. And Don Pedro Park actually also has a recommendation for pedestrian paths that are lighted within the park. So that's an instance where we recommend something that's not a roadway, but it's a pedestrian recreational resource within a park. If you look at Sam Rhino Park, you see there's yellow circles, 98 and 97. Those are 2 routes, 2 streets that currently lead directly into the park from residential neighborhoods that do not have crosswalks and they don't have stop signs. And Brown Avenue at that point is a 4-lane road. So this proposes stop signs and high visibility crosswalks at those locations to improve safety for people traveling to the park from residential neighborhoods. Next slide, please. We have 60 bicycle projects recommended in the plan. Those include striped bike lanes, the top left image. These are delineated lanes within the roadway. These are what people typically think of when they think of a bike lane. Here's an example that has some painted buffers on either side to keep traffic and parked vehicles further away from the bicycle route. We recommend some protected bikeways. They're also called cycle tracks, and these are within the roadway and separated from traffic by a physical barrier. In the image, you see on-street parking being used, as well as bollards. It could also be planters, landscape strips. This design really separates bicyclists from traffic and provides an exclusive right-of-way for bicycle travel. This would be used in addition to a regular sidewalk. You'd keep the sidewalk, you'd have the cycle track in the roadway. Multi-use paths, most people think of those just as bike paths and walking paths. And that picture is the canal path in Ceres. So those are separated completely from motor vehicle traffic. And finally, bike routes. I don't have an image of that, but those are shared routes. They're located on roadways on which bicyclists share the roadway with motor vehicles. So this is necessary in many locations because you just don't have the roadway width to install bike lanes. So there are many places in Ceres, and you'll see when I get to the next slide, where we recommend bike routes as an option. And these are designated by signage and shared roadway bicycle markings called sharrows. And that you can kind of see an example of that in the multi-use path image on the right. You see the bike symbol and the green arrows going upwards. That's what we call a sharrow. And you've likely seen those in roadways on the pavement. And that indicates that if it's in a roadway, in a travel lane, vehicular travel lane, it indicates that that lane is available for bicycling use, and motorists have to yield to that bicyclist, and bicyclists are considered a vehicle, basically, at that point, sharing the street. So like the pedestrian projects, the bicycle improvements each have cost estimates and implementation phasing and identification of outside coordination. Next slide, please. So, we had, again, I'm going to have this kind of step back. But just to start off with, the general feedback was that people preferred the idea of having the best network, the best facility, and by facility, I just mean type of bikeway, the best facility that you can get, basically. So the best facility you can get is a multi-use path. You have the existing framework in the solid blue lines. You have the Hatch Road multi-use path going east-west, and then you have the main canal bike pedestrian path going north-south. That kind of provides the existing framework. There is not much in terms of current bike infrastructure. The other bike infrastructure that exists that you can see on this map are the solid lines, solid green lines. And those are bike lanes. For example, on Whitmore Avenue, kind of in the center, along Booth Road, which is in the Eastgate neighborhood, there isn't that much. There's not much of a network in Ceres. There's some on Service Road to the south as well. What this plan is envisions a really solid framework of cycle tracks as the ultimate goal. And those are those separated bikeways. And that's the orange lines. If you look at the orange dashed lines, kind of creates a framework, kind of avoid everything else. So you see on key arterials, north-south routes, Morgan Road, Central Avenue, and Moffett Road. Those create the framework structure for the north-south routes, along with the main canal path. And then east-west routes, you have Whitmore Avenue and Service Road. And then you have the existing Hatch Road path, which functions as the east-west kind of high-quality connection on the north side of the street. So connecting those high, kind of high volume bikeways on major arterials, you have all the kind of interstitial connectivity within the neighborhoods between those blocks, and that's in the purple and the green. The purple shows bicycle routes; those are the shared routes, and the green indicate planned bicycle lanes. Those are all the dashed lines. So that's all. Those are all recommendations in the plan, and again, the numbers are associated with an item, a project in the project table, so you can cross-reference. I'll just point out just a couple things that kind of correlate with the pedestrian improvements that I highlighted. At the top, near Riverview Park again, you see improvement number 33 in purple, and that's Canyon Drive, and that's connecting neighborhood streets with Riverview Park and Virginia Park's elementary school. So again, making those neighborhood connections to destinations. The Eastgate area that I highlighted with the pedestrian improvements shows a cohesive bikeway network and how it connects people to work, school, and recreational opportunities. So you see north and south along Eastgate, you see east and west, numbers 59 and 58, Helen Perry Road and Fowler Road. And you can kind of see how the bike network is starting to connect neighborhoods to destinations and to the framework, the cycle track framework. To the southwest, where I showed you Don Pedro and San Rino Park, you start to see more of a neighborhood network of shared streets in purple, both connecting neighborhoods in the southwest area, connecting them to destinations, connecting areas within neighborhoods, and looking out a little bit greater, trying to make connections to employment centers too, provide people a means to get to downtown, for example, on these shared paths, which you might also call the purple paths neighborhood greenways. That's kind of a nice way of saying bicycle route. And when we say neighborhood greenway, we're talking about a shared route, but we're also talking about the potential for other improvements, like traffic calming improvements like speed humps, for example, and greening, landscaping, which also calms traffic. You have landscaping on the side of the roadway. So you can think of those as kind of neighborhood greenways, and you see that network in the southwest corner. Let's go to the next slide. So the final thing in the plan recommendations chapter are programs, and these directly align with plan goals, policies, and actions. So we have a list of programs. This is just an excerpt. So for example, the first one, collaborate with local community organizations to pursue funding to regularly conduct walking school buses to local schools and other supportive programs. That corresponds to a couple actions directly in the plan. It's B11 and B21. Don't worry about what they are, but it just shows that there's a nexus between the programs and the goals of the plan. Next slide, which is the final slide. So the last chapter, funding and implementation, provides strategies for successfully funding and implementing pedestrian and bicycle improvements, including a description of common steps for funding. You see in that implementation process diagram, a comprehensive list of local, regional, statewide, and nationwide funding sources. That's the infographic on the right. Steps involved in the competitive grant application process, and strategies to ensure that facilities and programs implemented as part of the plan are properly maintained and evaluated. So that's always a key component. You can make them and implement these projects, but you have to think about maintaining and evaluating their effectiveness over time. So that is the last slide that I have. I hope that helps to kind of provide an overview of the plan, of the projects, and how we developed it using community input through the process. And actually, I want to step back because I think I forgot to talk about the Active Transportation Advisory Committee. If you can go to slide 9. I think I missed that, if I remember correctly. So the ATAC, so two slides after that, slide 9, community outreach. Yeah, the ATAC meetings, the bottom bullet. This was Active Transportation Advisory Committee. It was formed to bring a variety of voices to the planning process, included staff from multiple City of Ceres departments, Public Works, Parks and Rec, Fire, et cetera, included local agencies, local jurisdictions, Modesto, Stanislaus County Public Works, StanCog, School District, Ceres Unified, and community organizations were active in the ATAC, like Center for Human Services, Safe Kids Stanislaus County, and public health advocates. So meetings and discussions with the ATAC were held at 3 times through the development of the plan. And they were instrumental in determining plan goals, reviewing existing walking and biking conditions, and providing input on potential walking and biking improvements that ultimately made their way into the plan. So with that, I am done and I will be around to help with any questions.
Yes, we have some questions. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. First, Mr. Shepherd, I want to thank you for your presentation, and I have a few questions for you. What is the main purpose of this document?
So that's always a good question. And it's really to provide that framework for developing safe, well-connected, and convenient pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure in Ceres. So including the recommended projects and programs and policy guidance, which ultimately is to provide a basis to help the city successfully procure funding for projects that are recommended. And I think that encapsulates that.
Just to translate that into kind of layman's terms, this document helps the city get grant funding to implement all these 109 projects, or 169 if you include the bicycle projects, correct?
What it does is it provides the city with some background for asking for grant funds, and the city can include in the grant funding that there's public support for this project as determined in the active transportation plan.
And what is the city's bicycle usage again?
So we did not do bike counts. It was not in the scope of the plan. We didn't go out and count bicyclists. But what we did do is, as I mentioned, we looked at demographic data, which showed very few. I mean, it's 0.2% reported that they commuted by bike, and I think it was 0.4% commuted by walking. So that provides a baseline. You could go 5 years from now, 10 years from now, look at demographic data and see if that upticks, and that will tell you maybe the infrastructure improvements are working.
And to be clear on that, that commute to work, not you're riding your bike around town for leisure, correct?
Correct. So that's, yep, exactly.
So now there you did have 60 bike projects in there. Off the top of your head, or just a ballpark estimate, do you know the overall cost of those 60 projects?
I don't, and they have a large range of cost. So, I'm just looking really quickly. I mean, there is anything from striping, which could be $10,000 for just a short, like 0.2 of a mile stretch of bike lane, all the way up to in the millions of dollars for the shared use path, which is recommended or foreseen in the southern part of the city.
Thank you for that. And also included in this, one of the goals, of course, is enforcement. Captain Crane, I do want to ask you a question on our traffic unit, on what the current staffing is to do enforcement as this plan directs us.
Currently, I have a new sergeant who's in charge of our traffic unit. He is still in training on the motorcycle, but he is signed up there. I have 1 full-time motor officer, and I have 2 part-time reserve motor officers. And that is our traffic unit.
Captain, I haven't asked you this before. Comparatively to other cities our size, is that the typical traffic unit?
For us, we're down. In the past, we used to have 2 full-time motor officers. We had a full-time sergeant up there who just dedicated to motors. And then we had some reserve motors also. So at one point, we were running 4 or 5 motor officers.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I do want to circle back, Mr. Shepherd, and ask you about, you mentioned children under 15 have been involved in some collisions. And in the report, I believe it said those were mainly near recreational facilities or schools. Uh, Was it kind of an equal distribution, or was it heavy towards schools?
I think in a couple instances, it's hard to tell, especially because schools are often in proximity to parks and locations where there were some collisions related to or involving pedestrians or bicyclists. There's not a lot of data to go by, but there are instances like around Ceres High School, around elementary school. I think it's also Sinclair. A couple instances that are right near schools, so you can kind of deduce from that maybe that it's schools. But I would say it's hard with the amount of data that we have to say definitively. But I would say that they tend to be in locations where children are going. That's parks or schools.
Thank you for that. And in the report, it also says you conducted surveys at schools which resulted in the addition of crossing and intersection improvements. Could you provide some specific examples and locations of the crossing and intersection improvements?
Yes. So I don't know if you want to go to a slide that shows that. If you're still showing the presentation, you can go to a slide. That's the pedestrian recommendations. So one prior. Yep. Two later. I don't know the number. There we go. So let's see. So you asked about some of the locations. So that includes the number 34 that I talked about. That was one improvement. Another location where feedback resulted in a pedestrian improvement was Walter White School. That's near downtown. So number 90, that was a pedestrian crossing at that school. So those are two instances off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you for that. I do also want to ask you about some of the requirements we have in here for developers and business owners, such as the requirement for developers to build this infrastructure for new development, and the requirement for businesses with over 50 employees to provide bicycle parking and shower facilities. Is that a federal mandate, or is this something that the state came up with, or did we decide to put this in the plan?
So we decided, and it's based on kind of some common practices and what we put into other similar plans for similar municipalities, similar size municipalities. And I think it's written, trying to find that policy, but I think it's written more as a study point for the city to study that as a development guideline.
Okay. It is action E 2.2.
Thank you.
Just so you know.
Yep. Yeah, and I recognize that it does say require businesses with over 50 employees. So this sets the goals, but it doesn't set any regulations.
I did want to ask Mr. Shepherd also about the city support in the B policies, B1, B1.1, all the way to B2.1. It talks about supporting, efforts for folks to bike or walk to their work or school. It also in here says that we should expand funding for existing programs led by community organizations. So in here, we're making a statement that we're going to fund these programs and we're going to dedicate money to that, correct?
I think it's correct that you'd be looking into that as a way to promote bicycling and walking safety and use amongst the school population. So supporting existing programs, Stanislaus safe routes to school, for example, and providing some funding through general funds, perhaps for the occasional educational or encouragement program.
And thank you for bringing up the general fund on, let me see what page this is. This is strategies to properly maintain and monitor plan improvements. In there, you have a couple bullet points, and one of them is commit a dedicated percentage of budget from the general fund to build and maintain bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. So that's going to be one of our goals in this plan, is to commit monies from the general fund to build and maintain bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, correct?
I think that, yeah, you can say that that's a goal of the plan through a recommended action.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilmember.
Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. Mr. Shepherd, I just have a couple of, I think, quick questions.
Sure.
On figure 4.2, when I'm looking at class 3 bicycle route, what makes it a class 3? Is that put on Collector Street? Because I don't see them on all residential, just certain, I mean, we have a lot of them. What makes it a class 3?
So obviously, so you're asking why isn't every street considered kind of a shared street? And how those purple lines, those are the shared streets, how those are designated. And I think it's that they are kind of key connecting routes, collector streets in many situations that go through to destinations. So versus the fine-grained neighborhood streets, which are not incorporated into that network of shared bike paths, which are represented by the purple lines.
And the shared bike path is basically just, there's no delineation, there's no striping or anything for the bicycles?
Correct. So there's signage and there are markings in the pavement. And it can move forward with kind of the neighborhood greenway concept of additional speed reduction measures as well.
Thank you.
Mhm. Sure. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember. See, Casey has pushed this button. Councilmember Casey.
Okay, my question is pretty simple. As most of you know, this is my first official council meeting, but I'm reading this resolution to say that by agreeing to and adopting this resolution, it gives the authority to search for grant funding so that in essence, the funding is all going to be coming from either Measure H, Senate Bill 1, our grant funding is not going to come out of any of the general fund of the city of Ceres?
Mr. Royal, if you want to address that as well, but there are some minor projects, some of those early term, near-term projects that could come from general funds and CIP funds, things just like some bike striping at shorter segments. The larger projects are typically funded by grants at the state level or even sometimes federal level if it's a state highway.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, it's Alex. That would be at the discretion of the council. Those sorts of decisions related to the general fund would come before you as the council and would be at your discretion on a project by project basis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so if I'm to understand, if we approve this plan, We're not necessarily approving any city funding. That would come later.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
If there's any more questions? Leave the public. Yeah, I see your hand. Next question is, any members of the public that would like to speak? Just you, come on up. Oh, wait till your microphone turns on. Is it on? We'll figure that out for you right now. Battery could have died.
Testing.
There you go.
My question here is, this is called a citywide active transportation plan. What we're talking about here is the bicycle and pedestrian paths around the city. That's very deceiving when you talk about transportation plan. I know we're moving people and bicycles around, but when you talk about transportation, I'm thinking about airplanes, and trains, and buses and cars. That's a transportation plan. What we're talking about here is moving people and bicycles around town on pathways that we currently have with 109 different improvement projects. I have a question about the number of pedestrian accidents. He said 15 and under as an age. I would like to ask how many accidents, how many pedestrian accidents were there and in what time frame?
Is he still on?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you for that. First point, I just want to agree with you that the term active transportation is sometimes problematic in that it's a term that's used by planners and not necessarily by the general public. So I apologize on behalf of planners everywhere in the world. But again, active transportation involves transportation, self-transportation by human power. So thank you for that, though. It's always good to remind ourselves of that. In terms of the, trying to get the my collision data up, and it's not loading. Hang tight. So this is a 5-year period, and the data is from 2013 to 2017. There were 53 reported bicycle collisions, and 16 involved children under 15 years old. Pedestrian collisions, there were 54 reported. And again, these are just reported. So there can be more that were never reported to police, never received any kind of reportage. Out of those 54, there were 12 instances of collisions involving children less than 15 years old. And that includes some near schools, including Samuel Vaughan Elementary School and Ceres High School.
Thank you. So we're talking a 4-year period here, 2013 to 2017?
Yeah, it's actually 5 years because it includes 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17.
And we're talking about 12 accidents, total of 54 in 5 years. So we're talking about 10 accidents a year on the average.
That's correct, that are reported.
Okay, thank you. And it says here that we're going to be accepting the consultant's service agreement as complete when this is approved tonight. How much are we paying you for this report?
Our project budget was $110,000.
Thank you very much.
Any other members of the public that would like to speak?
I don't really have any comments for the presenter, but $110,000, majority of the projects, when I looked through doing my research, were in the newer areas of our community. Over in the Eastgate area, quite a few in District 3. Councilmember Silvera's district. As we all know, that's newer areas of the community. Some of these projects in that area, you know, we should be proactive in our planning commissions and our planning departments when we approve these projects. Hey, there's no sidewalk here. There's no shared use path, or there's no bike lane, or these could be problems in the future where we need to seek funding from a taxpayer source to take care of that. Instead of being proactive and having the builder put those things in when we approve the plans for the community or this or that. I understand this as a plan or what we'd like to see happen in the future. We're probably already paid this man a percentage of the contract to do so. We really, again, don't have any choice but to approve the plan. But like I said, in a previous agenda item, it also had projects in it that this plan has in that. So moving forward, I would suggest we go through this with a fine tooth comb, make sure we're not double funding. And in the future, we need our planning commission and our planners to do a better job at assessing what we need currently and in the future. Planning is not just zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osgood. Anybody else? Anybody on Zoom? Okay. Get a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve resolution 2021-98.
Second,
Your roll call, please.
Councilmember Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Rhino,
yes.
Councilmember Silvera,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Condit,
First, I would like to say that we're voting on a plan that requires businesses with over 50 employees to put in their facilities. It's in writing. That's what we're all voting yes on. And to commit general fund money in the future. No, we got to bring it back, but that's what we're all saying tonight. And with that said, I vote no.
and Mayor Lopez.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
We can change that if you wanted to. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Moving on to a discussion item. This is number 8, I'm sorry. We're back, everybody. Break is over. I'll wait till everybody sits down. Item number 8, redistricting. I believe, I know Helena is not here today, but do have somebody that's besides you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'll just briefly enter.
Sure.
We have a representative of the city attorney's office, Nubia Goldstein, who will kick off the presentation, followed by our outside resident demographer, Doug Yoakum. So
Okay.
those are the two that will be presenting this evening.
Thank you. Are they online? Okay.
I am.
Yes, Mayor, I am. And good evening, Mayor and Council. The item that we have before you tonight is a continuation of the redistricting discussion that you have had a few times previous to this meeting. And what we have before you today is a proposed timeline for required public hearings and meetings that we have to conduct in order to move the redistricting project forward. And so if the council will recall the last time that we had this discussion with you, the requirement for redistricting is predicated off of the census, the 2020 census. Now that the census has been completed, state law requires that each local jurisdiction that has district elections complete a redistricting evaluation by April 17th of 2022. And the idea is under state law is that each district, in this case, each city council district is substantially equal in population. So we did have the opportunity to present to the council a contract with NDC, which is the contract and vendor that the city council has approved to assist the city in this endeavor. And we've had subsequent discussions at a staff level with the consultant who is also available to answer any questions tonight in order to develop a timeline and program for the council to consider so that we can move forward with this particular item. The consultant in evaluating the requirements under state law, we have developed a proposed timeline. State law, it does require a minimum of 4 public hearings in order for the council and members of the public to weigh in and have the opportunity to weigh in on proposed maps. The requirements set forth by state law are pretty clear. We have the ability to have one meeting that can be heard before the council officially draws any draft maps. At least 2 of the public hearings have to be conducted once the draft maps have been developed. There has to be 1 public hearing required either on a Saturday, a Sunday, or after 6 p.m. on a weekday, Monday through Friday, which isn't too problematic considering that the city council meetings begin at 6 o'clock. And there's a requirement that they have to begin at a fixed time, regardless of its order on the agenda, and that the time of the public hearing has to be noticed to the public. So there are certain requirements that we have to meet. And in order to account for several factors, including the April 17th deadline, including the fact that the census information was not available, or actually, well, Mr. Yoakum will be able to speak to this. I don't know that it's exact, it may be available at this point, but there's a lot of lead up time that's required in order to develop the maps and to provide members of the public sufficient time to look at the data, the proposed maps, and weigh in on that. What staff has proposed and included in the staff report for you to consider tonight is to have 4 public hearings as follows. The first public hearing would be October 25th, and that would meet the requirements of having 1 public hearing before the maps are drawn. The idea that we had in developing this plan was we'd like to be able to space it out to give members of the public and the council sufficient time to evaluate everything and not have everything so close in time together. And again, because the early meeting is easier to schedule because the maps aren't drawn yet, we thought that the earlier the better, and that would be helpful to everyone involved. The second public hearing would be January 10th of 2022. And we left a little bit of open for discussion for the February date And that's something that we'd want to discuss with the council. And with the idea of having the final adoption of the maps and the public hearing be March 14th, 2022, that will give us more than a month leading up to the April 17th deadline in order to make sure that we can account for any last minute contingencies. But this schedule does accomplish all of the things that we propose to take care of as part of the redistricting process. So that's really what we have before the council tonight for approval and consideration. I can answer any questions you have. And I do believe that Mr. Yocum is also available to answer any of the technical questions that you may have on the map development process.
So today the goal is to approve the dates. And
Yes.
moving forward.
Correct.
Now, do we need a motion on this or can we just all agree?
I'd prefer to have a motion just for the record, Mayor.
Before we go that route, if any of the council members have any questions.
Well, we need to come up with our February date because I think since all of our other public hearings will be on Monday, that we should try to do one on a Saturday, February, which maybe would be able to get more of the community involved.
Okay. What day would that be? February what?
I don't have any specific date. I just think if all of the other public hearings are on Mondays, that we should do a Saturday, February.
Council?
I support that idea.
Well, February. What was the original February date?
She didn't have it.
Oh, you
It
didn't
was
have one?
just, we would be determining.
Okay.
It's up to the council's availability and preference. The only request I'd have is for us to ensure that our consultant is available for that date as well, since he will be presenting on the maps.
This is Doug Yocum with NDC. Can you hear me? Yes. Any Saturday in February would be fine.
Okay. How does the council feel about the first Saturday in February?
February 5th is good.
Okay.
Good for me.
Fifth it is. Casey? Councilmember Casey? Good. Thank you. Anybody from the public that would like to speak on this matter? We move on. Yes, come on up, Mr. Osgood.
So maybe for the attorney, we're saying March 14th, we have to be certified or finished with this by the 17th of April. So that's like 27 days the way I count. When I look at our calendar, I think that we need to be done by April 11th, 2022, because that's our regularly scheduled city council meeting. Try to be a little proactive, get this done on time, a few days early. Am I outside of reality with my
You
thinking?
said April? I don't remember saying that.
Have she stated that we have to be done by April 17th, correct?
That's correct.
So our regularly scheduled council meeting would be the 11th of April, correct?
If there's any confusion about the schedule, mayor and council, we would be done with this in March. The idea is to have it done more than a month in advance.
Oh, okay. So the goal would be March 14th.
March
So my
14th would be the last hearing date. That would be the day that the council would approve the final plan.
Which is a regularly scheduled meeting. Okay. Very good. Wanted to point out one thing about the cases that were cited or the statutes that were cited for this. When we look at this redistricting issue, the firm that represents us, whether that was this attorney that's on the phone with us now or whether it was Mr. Tom Hallinan, Reynolds versus Sims stood there. If I have to read Article 3 of the United States Constitution to y'all, I can. But that case was a case where the parties were the state of Alabama and a citizen of the state of Alabama. It had to do with the representative districts in Alabama and the Constitution of Alabama. The United States Constitution, Article 3, specifically lists what parties can be party to a case in front of the Supreme Court. And members of a state suing their own state are not one of them. This happens very frequently in the United States courts, and the federal courts have no jurisdiction over that. I would expect our city attorney to not cite cases that are repugnant to not only the United States Constitution, but to precedent set by the Supreme Court themselves in Marbury versus Madison. As far as the other two citations for authority, those are accurate. Moving forward in this process, I would expect each one of you to start today. Familiarize yourself with our elections codes, the 21-600. Familiarize yourself with the 2019 changes to election code, specifically where it concerns Assembly Bill 849. It will tell you in there that we're not supposed to give preferential treatment in the redistricting process to incumbency. Tonight, even though it's a discussion item, it's the first opportunity for me to say the way we drew lines last time, and I have the consultant on the phone, was unacceptable. And as a citizen that's involved, we will not accept that. So sharpen your pencil and please come prepared. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Osgood.
I may be mistaken, but aren't there supposed to be 4 meetings for the public before the final draft is drawn? If the 4th meeting is on March the 14th, that means the final draft and everything is going to be done after that date. Am I not correct? Or did I misunderstand?
Mayor and council, state law requires 4 public hearings, which would include the consideration of the drawn maps. So the schedule that we have proposed before the council tonight meets those requirements.
That didn't answer my question. There's supposed to be 4 meetings before the map is done. You can't have the 4th meeting on the same day that's done. The 4th meeting makes the final decisions, and then the consulting firm goes ahead after that time and does the completion of the map drawing. Am I not correct? You can't finalize something until there's 4 meetings.
Right. And at the 4th meeting, we'll discuss the maps and the council will make a decision. If they don't, then we've got another month to consider.
How can you make a decision before the whole thing's done?
Well, maybe it will be done.
You can't make the decision on the 4th meeting date. Then you've only had 3 meetings.
Come on, John.
You can by law. You can do it by law. That it says you have to have 4 meetings. And the 4th can be the one where you approve the maps.
So everything's going to be decided before the 4th meeting is over? No.
It's a long process, sir.
No, the 4th meeting is done. They finish the project, and then sometime after the 4th meeting is when the final vote of the council should take place. Approve it. Not on the same date. You can't have it completed on the same date the meeting ends. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Any members on Zoom?
I'll move to approve redistricting timeline discussion, including February 5th at 6 p.m. at that 3rd meeting.
You get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Rhino,
Yes.
Councilmember Silvera,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Condit.
Aye.
And Mayor Lopez.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Moving on to council member referrals. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 referrals by Vice Mayor Condit. We'll begin with the first one. Series of public safety workshops, informative for the public, and include discussion that clarify public safety activities and abilities, which includes dispatch, code enforcement. I'm not too sure what the APP stands for. Uber?
The app,
Just the
citizens
app.
report issues.
Want to make sure that we're on the same page. How the public and the public safety engages public hearing officers process for fines, staffing, and the role of officers and responsibilities, training, department divisions, detectives, or traffic. Detectives or traffic. So this is we are going to decide whether we put this on the next agenda, correct?
Is that correct, City Clerk?
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
Decide if we want to move forward and which agenda to place it on.
Have a discussion.
Have a discussion.
Start off, we'll do them one at a time if that's okay with everybody. So now do we need a motion or can we just all agree or disagree?
Typically, it's been council consensus, so we haven't done a motion.
Yes, we need a motion.
Well, a consensus. You don't have to do an official motion. We haven't done that in the past, just you can kind of give direction.
That's the question, but I just want to make sure. So we'll start off with Councilmember Casey. Yes. Well, do you want it? Yeah.
And just proceed, so Mayor, I hate to interrupt, just one procedural item on this. The topic for discussion is whether to place it on a future agenda and when, not actually the merits of the specific items that that have been requested to be added.
Okay.
Those
Thank you.
addressed at that point.
Sounds good. Councilmember Reina? Councilmember Silvera?
Yeah, I'm in favor of this concept, but I think we probably need to put it off for a couple meetings, at least maybe 3, to give the police department the ability to put together what they think it would look like and then come to us then put it on the, that would be my guess.
Yeah, I would hope to have something in November from the department, from the chief.
Okay. I also agree with that. So we'll look, Alex, we'll be looking forward to it sometime in November.
I think we could certainly have something for council's consideration. I know about.
Thank you very much. Moving on to B. So beautification committee to be extended for another year and start the process for the committee to meet with the regular meeting schedule. So on this item, we can discuss details when it gets put on the agenda, correct? Okay, so this is just for us to say yes or no. Councilmember Casey? Ms. Reina?
I was going to ask the city manager if, as an ad hoc committee, if there was a length of time that the ad hoc committee could meet, or is it just ongoing? Do we even need to put this on an agenda?
So the staff spent some time researching the previous council actions related to the beautification committee. And back in August, obviously I wasn't here for these, but what the research indicated was back in August of 2020, the beautification committee recommendations came for the council. And the action and direction at that time from the council was to continue to work with the committee based on those recommendations. So at this point, I think it would be appropriate for the committee to follow up based on that council action, and it could meet at this point, given its ad hoc nature and given that direction from the council.
So we don't need to move this forward to an agenda?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Thank you.
When I see the word extended, it makes it sound like if there was some kind of a limitation to how long the committee was, I just wanted to verify, is that the case?
Well, ad hoc committees and the city attorney or city clerk, please jump in. Ad hoc committees really exist for a limited duration. If it became a formal committee, it would need to comply with the Brown Act. It should not go on indefinitely. But at this point, again, based on the direction from the council, I think it would be appropriate to meet to continue the work of the committee.
My only comment was, has anybody talked to the people on the beautification committee to make sure that they're good to go? If we were to extend it.
That's one of the reasons why I put this, why I referred this. There were a lot of concerns that, you know, from miscommunication on the committee, they thought ad hoc committee expired. So that's one of the reasons I referred it. And I think they should have a regular meeting schedule so they can accomplish things and suggest things to the council.
Then can I ask a question? If they're an ad hoc committee, do they have regularly scheduled meetings or do they need, then they need to become a regular committee or commission to have regular meetings?
Maybe the clerk can help me out on that.
If we can ask city attorney for some clarification, it's my understanding that ad hoc committees meet for a purpose. I don't know if a regularly scheduled would consider it as a committee under the Brown Act.
Councilmember Rhino, they can meet routinely, again, within the scope of what the council has created the subcommittee or this ad hoc committee for. So based off of what staff has been able to look at, I also agree that they can meet subject to the direction that the council gave the last time that the council provided direction on this item. They can meet more routinely if necessary, but again, with the idea that it is not a standing committee, and at some point it should be brought back to council for basically a report and wrap up.
I think it's a great idea, and they are an advisory committee, and that's why ad hoc committees aren't subject to the Brown Act, et cetera, like Alex said. And if they're all on board with it, I think we should absolutely consider letting them meet whenever they want to meet. And if it's not on a regular schedule, that's fine. If they meet on activity-based meetings, like we're going to have this huge event, so we're going to meet, that's fine too. I mean, I'm good either way.
So I guess the question is, do we want to have it on a agenda to discuss that? And to me, it doesn't sound like we need to have it on a future.
I don't think we need to.
Was that a direction for staff that ad hoc committee could meet regularly?
I would like to believe they would meet as they see necessary,
I
not
would agree
necessarily
with that.
regularly. And if they do think they need to meet, it's perfectly within what their an ad hoc committee advisory committee's standards are. I think we should leave it up to them.
I would agree with council members Silvera.
If I might, Mr. Mayor, just make a suggestion. I'd suggest maybe having a meeting of the committee, review the previous recommendations and coming up with some thoughts on what they might do in the future. And then we could bring that back to the council just to keep you in the loop.
Thank you, City.
Fair enough, yeah.
Are they supposed to provide us reports regularly?
From a staff perspective, I think we can find a way to keep the council up to date on what they're up to, what they're
That's fine
doing.
too. So
Thank
we are agreeing to not need to bring it back. Just let them do what they have to do for the time being. And if they need us, obviously they can reach out to us. Okay. On. See, allow personal choice regarding COVID-19 vaccination. Vice Mayor.
Pretty self-explanatory. The federal mandate came out. I don't want to require city employees to get vaccinated if they don't wish. So that's why I referred this.
I believe even though we're a public entity, we still have to follow the guidelines of Cal OSHA to protect ourselves. And if Cal OSHA has guidelines for people that aren't vaccinated, I think we need to follow that. It's not really a personal choice. Uh, we're mandated to have, to protect everyone. So as long as we follow the guidelines of Cal OSHA, we should be okay. Every day you read in the paper about this entity requiring things, and then they go to court. Cal OSHA really is a driving force for the safety of all employees.
So is
Provisions
that-
in that.
Is that a yes or a no to allow it to be on a future agenda? Councilmember Casey?
We can, but I don't have to. Again, we're a public entity and an employer. We have to follow the guidelines of Cal OSHA.
Councilmember Rhino?
I would agree. I don't think it needs to be an agenda item.
Councilmember Silvera?
Agree with Mr. Casey. If we did put it on the agenda, I think it would be to discuss all the different requirements. I don't think we could say personal choice regarding COVID-19 vaccination, but I agree. If OSHA says X, Y, Z, that's what we should be doing.
Well, I mean, obviously it's not going to be on the agenda item, but I'm going to make a statement. I will always continue to support anybody who wants to get vaccinated, but I will never support a mandate, regardless if it's the federal government putting it up on us. So moving on.
Mr. Mayor, I do have one item for a future agenda to consider.
Do you want to, do you have one more left before we can go?
Oh, yeah, forgive me.
So you want to skip it? I'm just kidding. Okay. So reopen applications for Planning Commission and Measure H to be discussed on a future agenda item. Councilmember Casey?
I think that because of the openings being and the applications being applied, 10 months ago, 11 months ago, whenever they were, I think it's appropriate to reopen the applications for Planning Commission and Measure H.
Councilmember Rhino?
I think it should be on the agenda and we should have a discussion about it.
Councilmember Rhino? Excuse me, Mr. Brown?
I don't agree with reopening the applications. I believe we did good work, and those people were selected based on merit. I think we should stay with what we decided to do in the past.
Vice Mayor?
Well, I think we should discuss it.
Is there already 1, 2, 3? No? I just wanted to make sure, make sure of the numbers. Personally, on this particular matter, I would rather us move forward with the candidates that we selected during that time. But I guess we're not putting that on future.
When we had this discussion before, it wasn't going to pass. Now you're saying that you're willing to go back and the people that you and I interviewed, we agreed on that you're willing to move forward with those people?
Honestly, at this point, yes.
So if we did that, we could potentially have the planning commission completed full again versus in 2 weeks, we could put it on the agenda and have a discussion. Would it be 2 weeks or would it be 4 weeks? The matter on the agenda? Yes.
Andrew's fine in 2 weeks.
I think we could come back in 2 weeks, yes.
Wait. Let me answer. Let's finish our discussion and then I'll open it up for discussion with you. Thinking. Because I mean, basically, whether my opinion is what it is now, you're suggesting that we possibly change your opinion and put it on the agenda.
I'm
We can
thinking,
have a bigger
I'm,
discussion about it.
as we've
Mhm.
talked, I'm thinking that is it better to go ahead and get someone appointed to the planning commission forward versus potentially another 4 to 6 weeks, no, probably longer than 6 weeks, go through the process, do the interviews. So I'm going to change my vote and say that I don't want to put it on an agenda that we probably need to. Because I think, isn't that what we said initially, that we wanted to wait? We had our 5th person. So we have our 5th person, so we can move forward.
That was the only stipulation, is that we were going to wait till we had
Yeah.
our person.
Yeah, and so I
Appointment.
think based on what we said initially, we were waiting for that 5th person. There was no discussion that, the 5th person was going to take so long that we would need to reopen it. So I think as I've sat here and kind of talked myself through it again, that I could not support putting it on a future.
So obviously this is for a reopening of the applications, but we're gonna bring those items back so we can have that discussion anyway.
No,
Not reopening, obviously.
we're not doing, it's over. We're going to appoint the people that we interviewed and selected back in February, whenever it was.
We've gone through that process. We've gone through the interviews.
But that's not the motion. Well, that's not
No,
even, it's not
but-
even a motion.
But we don't even have to put that on an item intended to be discussed, because
Correct.
if we don't move forward with the vice mayor's
There just won't be a
recommendation,
reopening.
they can just put on the agenda appointment to planning commission, because we've gone through the whole process, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Been on. Vice Mayor, you had another item? Oh, my
Mayor,
apologies, Mr. Osgood.
All 5 on notice right now. Violations of the United States Constitution have occurred in this room this evening. Violations of the People Series have occurred this evening. This process happened 2 weeks ago. You people discussed this 2 weeks ago about whether we should have these things on the agenda or not. You're wasting the people's time. It's unacceptable. It's not the first time you've wasted the people's time. In past meetings, a council member asked for something to be placed on the agenda, and you yourself, Ms. Rhino, said, yep, we can place that on the agenda. Now we have a totally different process. Our process is hosed up all the time. You all don't know the Constitution of California. You don't know the Constitution of the United States of America, and you certainly don't know your own municipal code. You're all on notice. I find a lawyer that'll take the case. I'm coming after each and every one of you for violations of the United States Constitution, the state of California Constitution, the city of Ceres Municipal Code. You don't change the process every month to suit your whims. Mr. Martinez was disrespected for months, and you just admit that this evening. Each and every one of you takes fault in that, disrespecting Mr. Martinez. You should have voted on that night. You don't get to do us like this. You don't get to limit our time. You don't get to ask us to be nice and then not do what we ask you kindly to do. You don't get to be two-faced and change your direction on a whim. We didn't put any of you up there for that. None of us in any district in this city put you up there to be two-faced, to be counter our constitutions and our codes. I've given you opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to correct your behavior. Mr. Casey, I'm very disappointed in you. You just took the oath not 1 week
Hold
ago
on, hold on, hold on.
tonight.
Can we stop the clock, Mr. Osgood? You're never gonna get anywhere with that tone, dude. You know that. All right, that would be the last time, and I'm telling you, the last time I would appreciate it. Hey, listen. Your time is not even up. Your time wasn't up. I was merely asking you to stop screaming. I'm being nice to you. You're more productive when you're calm. But every time you scream, nothing's getting through. That's your opinion. And you know how I am when it comes to your opinion. I'm gonna respect it. But stop disrespecting the council by screaming at us and trying to come at us the way you're coming at us. You'll never get nowhere with any of us. Okay? So listen, the conversation's over because obviously you sat down. Let's just have that conversation, you and me, another day over dinner. Well, maybe because I'm busy. Okay? And I'm telling you right now in front of the public that you and me can have a conversation, sit down for dinner. You gonna take it or no? All right, don't answer. Go ahead. You're next. All right, you got it. Let's go.
Council members, John Warren again on the discussion about opening the application process for the Planning Commission in Measure H. You discussed it. Basically, you said that you were going to do it, and now you're not going to do it. I think it would be a real simple process to put something on the website that the application is going to be open for the second week of October. And then maybe by the end of October, you could have the interview and make the appointment in the first meeting in November. It wouldn't take 6 weeks. What you talked about was a very simple week open, just like I think when the applications for the councilman, they were just like a week to make the application. So it's something you should really consider because of the timeline that's been involved. I know that you were hoping that there would be the 5th person in that seat long before tonight. And that was your thought when you, and I was part of that. I encouraged you to wait, and I still think it was a proper decision to make. But that would give possibly Mr. Casey the opportunity to be involved in the process of doing the interviews and getting to see what these people have to say about why they want to be in those positions or applying for those committee positions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody on Zoom? Okay,
I do have another referral, Mayor.
go ahead.
I would like to refer the council's policy regarding restrictions on elected officials and employees' business dealings with the city upon leave of office or employment for a future meeting.
Can you please explain that?
Well, this was actually talked about at our first meeting last December. We passed it on a 3-2 vote. We brought it back at the previous meeting and it was defeated with a 2-2 vote. Now that we have a 5th council member, I believe the council should hear this item going forward.
Right, but if you can please explain what the motion is, so I can get clarification.
That's elected officials and employees' business dealings with the city upon leave of office or employment.
I remember this conversation. Okay. It was a very lengthy
And
conversation.
you said it passed before 3-2.
Correct.
So we had 5 members.
At the first meeting we did
Okay,
in December.
okay.
You told me it did pass?
Did pass 3-2. It brought back on a legality technicality, failed 2-2.
But you want to bring this back up with the idea that there was an issue with legality?
Well, that we have a 5th council member who might be able to break that tie vote because the vote was tossed out from legality issues.
Okay. But now, could you tell me what that legality issue, will you remind me, please?
I do not recall Mr. Hallinan was present at that meeting. Yes, city clerk.
So that item returned because if you recall, we were approving the city's conflict of interest code. That was the action that was requested of council. And then I believe Vice Mayor Condit brought up restricting local officials to a little bit longer term than what the state allowed. And that ended up passing back in December After legal review, it came back for clarification since that was a separate action outside of the conflict of interest code.
I'm not in favor of bringing it back.
Casey? Did you get?
Yeah, I'm in favor of putting it on the agenda. Reopening the application.
Oh, no,
No, no.
we're done with that conversation. He's talking about his new item he wants to put on the agenda.
This is about a conflict of interest, and after you leave office or employment with the city, how long are you unable to do business with the city? Currently, the state only says 1 year. I believe it should be a little longer than a year. The revolving door is not only in DC and Sacramento, I believe it's also local.
1 year state requirement.
That's what the state requires.
So I remember that. So if you would like to bring that agenda back, I believe his goal is extended.
So the state requirement is 1 year. I couldn't be a council member and within a year come back and work for the city. None of us could. That's the state requirement. We looked at lengthening or making that longer. It was voted down. Like you said, we voted on in December on a conflict of interest. This was also tag teamed in my terms with that, which we found out later should have been a separate agenda item. So then when we talked about it the second time, it was voted down to change it from the state requirement of a year to longer. So now Vice Mayor is asking if we could bring it to a council meeting again to possibly make it longer than the 1 year.
No, I'm not in favor of that.
I am not in favor.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not in favor. Vice Mayor. Ronnie, you want to make a comment? Or did you accidentally push the button?
I wanted
Okay,
to know
go ahead.
about the possibility of putting something on a future agenda, and I don't know, something
Let's talk about it.
that we could, but I think when we do the whole city council referral, I think it's real confusing that it comes up at one meeting and then it comes up at the next meeting. It just seems like there should be, it's almost like we have one extra meeting that why it can't be decided at first time that a council member brings it up, that it be put on an agenda. And I understand that it's in the current procedures for the council, and that if the council were interested in changing that we could, but it would need to go on the agenda. That we could change that, is that correct, City Clerk? Or at
That's
least
my
have the discussion
understanding
to change
that
it?
the council rules and procedures could be reviewed by council.
And how, do you know how long it's been since we've actually reviewed those? Was it last year or was it prior?
So it's been, I want to say it's a year before that. We didn't look at it last year.
Okay, so I would like us to put on a future agenda, the city council process procedures.
The conversation we had and why it got to that point, if you may or may not remember, is having the idea, putting it to the next meeting on whether we would decide would give us 2 weeks or however long to our next meeting to formulate our own ideas and opinions before we were to have it. We were obligated to say yes or no, we want this on an agenda. If I brought something up and said I want it on the next agenda, you're going to have to formulate an opinion somewhat of whether you think that should be on there or not that night, right then. That's why the process is set up that way. It gives any of us the opportunity to do a little research and formulate an idea and an opinion before we're required right then to vote on whether it should be on the next. That was the conversation we had. I'm not saying it can be changed, but that was the main conversation we had on why it does seem like it's a 3-tier process.
Well, and I can speak from the experience from the previous council that asking for an item to be put on an agenda is, it should almost be that any council member could ask for that, because you're not really going to have the discussion until it is on the agenda. So you have time to formulate it whenever you get your agenda, right? And you're reviewing everything so you can make your decision. I don't know. If I don't have the support to put it on a future agenda, that's fine. It just seems like it's just an extra step is all.
Yeah, I see that. Speaking for myself, I like the idea that I can look into it for a couple of weeks before I have to decide whether it's even something we should move forward with on a future agenda. And that's what the process is now.
Member, for clarification, are you talking about the whole policy and procedures of the city council or just the referral process?
Well, I think if we were going to discuss the referral, we would have the whole document in front of us and discuss anything that's in there. I mean, we have a new council basically, and maybe this would be the time that it should be discussed.
Great, I support that.
This is something totally off the beat of probably what we're talking about, but I think that what you said, what you're talking about, we're all talking about, would be a great opportunity for us to have some sort of a retreat or something. And things like this is what we could absolutely discuss, things like that don't need to be actioned on or motioned on in a meeting, that we can all get on the same page. And I think now that we have 5 of us and 4 of us are pretty new, some type of a retreat or something would be very advantageous to all of us.
And I would agree that would be appropriate.
Mayor, and I hate to interject on this item. One of the challenges that we have for this type of discussion is that because this particular agenda item specifically listed 4 items referred to the council by the vice mayor, that's the action that we're looking for tonight. If we stray from that and start having these discussions about other things that we'd like to add to the agenda, we're crossing into the line of talking about things that weren't agendized, and potentially we have to follow the Brown Act requirements. So what we can do at a staff level is work with your interim city manager to agendize this properly for further discussion, considering the comments that we heard here tonight. Not that you're taking action on it, but things that have been raised as concerns, because I want to make sure that things are being agendized properly.
I apologize, Anubia, you're absolutely correct. I shouldn't have brought that up yet.
So we could just, Ms. Rhino, go with what you're trying on the agenda. The discussion goes further, as she said, we can talk about it. It's just that one. I'm okay with that. Easy.
Good.
Sure. All right, we're all agree. All right, if there's any more council referrals from anybody else? Casey? You have any council referrals for tonight? This is a referral, not a report. It's just.
I'm excited about being on the council. I
Hey,
look
Casey, I
forward.
don't mean to cut you
being-
off, but we're not on the reports yet. We're still
What?
asking if you have a referral.
Oh,
Sorry about that. Yeah, so not reports. Sorry if you misunderstood me, but you don't have a referral for today? Just wanted to make sure. We'll get to reports soon. Nope, okay. So we're done with council member referrals. Moving on to reports. Only real reports that I have is on the day of El Grito, the 15th, I went out with at the Ceres Flea Market, and we had a great celebration celebrating the independence of Mexico, and that was a great event to see a lot of people out there not only appreciate their culture but also respect the American culture. It was awesome. I thought that was great. Also, I had an opportunity to go to one of the schools here in the city of Ceres, and it's a bilingual school, and they have a really good program, and those kids, the future. So it was really great to talk to them. Other than that, anything else? Nope. Casey, this would be a great time for you.
I look forward to being city council. I know that not against each other. We can certainly do. Together we can achieve. This is not, may not be as fast as wants time to make the city the beautiful city it needs to be.
Thank you very much. City manager, anything?
Nothing this evening.
Thank you. What about our attorney's office? The attorney,
Nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
thank you. Any of the department heads? Nothing? The county supervisor's not online, is he? Is there anything from Supervisor Condit's office? Oh, go ahead and open it up.
This is Russell Fowler from Supervisor Chance Condit's office. Supervisor had a previous commitment, so asked me to join you tonight. I'm happy to join you. Just want to take a quick second to talk about the issue of blight. I know that we're teaming up with the city to clean up some areas that they brought to our attention. They're within the county's jurisdiction, and we've relayed some to them that are within the city's jurisdiction, and I'm happy to be a partner there and find ways that we can collaborate, but just want to let you know that we are working on cleaning up areas that are in our jurisdiction. So thank you very much. With that, I'm happy to take any comments, questions, or concerns.
Alex does have something to say real quick to you.
Actually, not related to that. I'm sorry.
Well, not related to that.
But
Okay,
I
then.
do have
Hey,
one
so-
thing.
So Russ, I just want to thank you for helping us out on that, on those issues. I know the city council is really appreciative. I know Alex was involved in some of those cleanups and as well as I was. So thank you very much. Thank County Supervisor Chance Condit for that. Thank you.
I will. I know it's a priority for him, and it's always good to be with you, and you have a good night.
Thank you. Alex, you said you did have something after all?
Yeah, I neglected to introduce our new community development director, Christopher Holm, who is here for his official first meeting. So welcome, Christopher.
Thank you very much. You don't have a speech prepared today? Yep, it's on.
I'm very grateful to be here. This is my second Monday on the job and my first council meeting. It's exciting, and I'm looking forward to serving you all.
Thank you very much. And with that being said, this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you, everybody.